puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, and welcome to 2026. Thank you for joining us on No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Vass, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is January 4th of 2026, a brand new year, our first episode of our 9th year in doing the Sunday live stream. I know, it's season 8, but we didn't count the first season. So it's actually our 9th year and our first episode for this year. And I'm looking forward to speaking with everyone. Obviously, we have a lot of news that has been breaking over the last couple of days as we started 2026. A lot has changed from the last time we spoke. And so we're going to go through all of that. Plus, there is a promise that I made to do on the first week of January to help the homeless, to help our veterans, and to help families in need. And I'm going to live up to that promise in just a few moments. So there's that as well. But I want to first start off and say thank you to each and every one of you who are part of our audience. I thank you for being here with us today and being able to be part of our community. We want to take a moment to say thank you for giving us some of your time. We do appreciate you. Whether you agree or disagree with anything that we discuss at this moment or ever, you are always welcome on this channel. We're always happy to hear your voices, and we are going to continue to speak with you, whether or not the internet overlords like it, whether or not any government may or may not like it, because the First Amendment is a right, a birthright of everyone, not just Americans, but everyone around the world. And we make our governments better and our politicians accountable by actually having these kinds of conversations. I hope you will find it interesting, and hopefully you will consider to like, to share this, and most of all, to subscribe so that we can get more of those politicians onto this channel to hold them accountable and to get real answers from them, not just more sound bites, which is what the media loves to provide to you. All right. With that said, I want to say, I know we got a couple of comments here, and I see that Dal is the first one with a comment today. Thank you, Dal, for being able to comment. And he says, 4 days in, and 2026 literally started off with a bang. He is not wrong. Day 3, and everyone around the world was shocked and amazed and surprised, including myself. I did not expect what happened in Venezuela. No one did, In fact, no one was supposed to expect it. That's the whole point. But it was something that I definitely did not think was going to happen. I know I spoke about that on the Matthew J show. I talked about that with the opinion guy with Charles. I'll be on his show on Monday at 7 p.m. But I know I've said I didn't expect what happened in Venezuela to occur. I thought that either Venezuela, Maduro would make a mistake and attack one of the U.S. forces and thus trigger this kind of reaction, or that just Donald Trump would continue to put political and economic pressure on the Maduro regime until Maduro stepped down. I thought one or the other would happen. Obviously, I was wrong. And I'm more than happy to admit when I get something wrong or when what I believe is a likely outcome in terms of politics, international policy, domestic policy. When I'm wrong, I will admit it. I will stand here to your face and tell you, this is what I said then, and this is what I got wrong. I am not above being corrected or having my mind change. I do pay attention to everything you guys say. So we're going to keep going from there. Now, one of the things that I had mentioned, and I'll be looking at comments, and please remember, you can always super chat, you can rumble rant, you can reach us on PayPal or be part of our Patreon. It's just $1.50 a month. It does add up and it makes a difference. God, I wish if everyone who is part of our subscriber base were part of our Patreon, I'd actually have money. But what I was going to say is, I made a promise in November of 2025 that I did not trust Zoran Mamdani, and with good reason, because Zoran Mamdani has said the best way to help the homeless is to leave them outside, to let them sleep in the parks, on benches, under bridges. His answer to New York City and to the homeless and those in need was, go ahead, sleep outside in 24-degree weather with 4 inches of snow on the ground. Go ahead and stay out there. That's what he thought was the socialist big government solution for homelessness, for our veterans, those with mental health and issues, and also families in need. I do not agree with that. And so in November of 2025, I said to you on this program, week after week, in shorts and in long form videos, in the description, I mentioned I would take 50% of every single dollar that I was able to raise from Super Chats, from RumbleRants, every single dollar I was able to get in PayPal or from Patreon, from every sale of every product I had. I would take all of that money, and half of everything I received, I would donate to the Jericho project in front of your eyes, as I did with my birthday in 2025. And I donated I donated my proceeds, and I showed you the math. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to show you the math right now. I'm going to tell you exactly how much money we were able to raise, and I'm going to show you me making that payment right now, because I am a man of my word. So the first thing I want to do, let me see here, is I'm going to show you, should be able to bring this up, right? There it is. Okay. What you see on the screen right now is how much money I made in YouTube from Super Chats and RumbleRants. And by the way, this is after YouTube and YouTube has taken out its cut, which is about 50%. We raised about $189 out of YouTube. That's the main source of where our money came from. And as you can see, we netted. That's for 2 months. That's for November and for December. And as you can see, I'm not getting secretly rich. The RNC isn't paying me. GOP isn't secretly making donations to me to get me rich. I don't have a sponsor, although I would like one. So I'm not doing this for the money, as you can see. This is from 2025. These are our revenues off of YouTube. And as you can see, we brought in a little over $97 off of just YouTube alone. Okay, so I wanted you to see that number because I'm going to show you yet another number. And bear with me. There it is. So let me show you this other number. And this is Rumble. And as you can see on Rumble, for the last 90 days, we were able to bring in $24.70. Again, this is after Rumble taking out, well, actually, that's before Rumble taking out its cut. $24.70. I am not getting rich, folks. I wish I was. But it doesn't matter. These are the numbers I am showing you, the revenues that I was able to bring in, because I want you to have full awareness of exactly what we were able to do. So to show you the exact numbers here, and I'll bring up this one. So to show you explicitly, we were able to bring in $49.70 through your donations. Thank you so much. In November, and $47.60 thanks to your super chats from YouTube. In addition to that, we brought in $24.70, as I just showed you, from Rumble. In addition to that, we were able to bring in $15.67 from our Patreon members. That's for November and December. And we received another $35 directly in payments from PayPal from two individuals. Hello, Kintsugi. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for your donation. And Dan, thank you for your donation. That actually came from my online video game channel, Old Man Voss. But it still counts. I said, wherever I got the money. He said he donated $5 to watching me playing a video game. He gave me $5. That $5 was included in this donation here. So in total, that comes up to $135.02. That's how much, if I cut it just in half, if that's just 50% of everything, excuse me, that's the total amounts. Here it is. No, I did the numbers wrong. Here it is. So $49.70, $47.60, $24.70, $15.67, and $35. So again, so that's YouTube, Rumble, Patreon, and direct payments from PayPal. And if you add that up and then divide it by 2, that would mean that I would be making a payment right now in front of your face for $86.34. That's not the amount that I'm going to make a payment for. Did I show you that? No, I didn't show you that. Sorry. That's supposed to be this page. So I'm showing you the math. I'm showing you the numbers. So that's on this page. So what I thought about doing was that I was going to give 100% of every dollar that I got from YouTube and 50% from every other source. And that would have been a total of $135.02. As you can see on the screen, if you're watching this after the live stream, you can pause it. You can look at the numbers. I've already shown you the exact numbers from YouTube, from Rumble. Don't have the data, the screenshots from the others, but I'm showing you the numbers. No secret here. It's not me being, I'm not getting rich. I'm not being greedy. Okay. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make a payment of $150. Okay. And I'm just going to put it in the comments here. So I'm going to be making a payment of $150 to the Jericho project because of your donations and money out of my pocket as well. So this is more than the 50% that I promised that I would do. I'm going to make that, and I'm putting it in words. You can see it here. You can hear me say it. You're seeing me, and I'm going to show you the payment in just one moment. By the way, user has been banned, said Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. User has been banned. I know Lunari was with us, and you made massive, you're such a big help. All of the donations on Rumble and YouTube really added up, as you can see. And now I'm going to go. So I just want to address that. So now I am going to go, and this will take a second. And I know it's a little bit longer, but I like to be a man of my word. As you can see on the screen, this is the Jericho project, and this is their donation page to support the Jericho project. And you're seeing this in real time. I am going to take a one-time payment. It is going to be for $150, which is more than what I promised I would do. Almost by double. I'm almost doubling. Actually, I think I'm a little bit more than doubling the amount that I promised I was going to give. I'm going to give more. So we're giving $150. There is no need for a comment or in memory of. I'm just going to make this payment to them. Let's see. Okay, at this moment. And there is an additional $5. So it'll be a total payment of $155 for the processing fee. They can contact me. They already do. And I'm going to be using my credit card for this. And at this moment, hang on. I just need to hide my credit card information. Let me type that in. Okay. So I'm just, bear with me as I'm typing. It's just my private financial information here. No, I'm not the fastest typer in the universe. There it is, and my credit card information. Yes, I have old man eyes, I know, and I need a new pair of glasses so I can actually see because they're broken. Yep, I'm not rich. So let me see here. So I gotta type this in. By the way, how many other channels on YouTube, how many other channels where political commentary is going, how many times do you get to see the people do what they promised they would do? No one does this. I do this. No one else does this. No one else lives up to their word on camera. I know. Is it the most exciting thing you've ever seen? Probably not. But that's okay. It's me doing what I promised to do. And I think that's a little bit more important than being popular or anything else. So we got that. Boom, boom. It is going to come out to a total. Let me see here. Bear with me. So $154.49. Making the payment. Bear with me. Bingo. And just so you can see it, the payment has been made. We'll get into the regular show later, but as you can see, this is the Jericho project. Thank you for supporting the Jericho project. The payment has been made. So I did this in front of you, as I promised that I would do. I made a payment for almost double the amount, basically 100%, 100% of what you were able to help me and support me with super chats, with RumbleRants, with Patreon, with PayPal, all the money that you guys were able to help raise for me to support this channel. We just gave basically 100% of that over to the Jericho project, minus the money that, for taxes and fees from YouTube. They took their big cut. But other than that, every other dollar has been paid out because I am a man of my word. So I know we have more people watching just a little bit earlier, and they left, but that's okay. I think it's more important to maintain my integrity with you. That when I tell you I'm going to do something, I do it. When I make a promise to help people, I do it. And I'm more than happy to do it live with you so that you can see that I'm doing it because I have nothing to hide. We want to help. I don't trust Mamdani. So far, he's already proven he's not going to help the homeless. He's not going to help our veterans. He's not going to help our families. He already made it clear that in the coldest of days with snow on the ground, that he was unwilling to do anything to truly help people, because government, no matter how big it is, isn't the solution to the problems you and I have. They don't deal with individuals. They want to micromanage your life, but they're worse at doing anything than you and I are. So rather than rely on Mamdani, his promises, his goodwill, his belief in big government and socialism, rather than to believe in any of that, we just made the payment. We just directly helped homeless and veterans and families in need. And I hope we can do it more going forward. So I thank you for your support with that. Okay. Now, I stand corrected. So I said, how many other people are willing to do what I just did? And according to Dow, there's two others. Tim Pool and Louder with Crowder, Steven Crowder, have done on-stream donations. Okay, I didn't know that they had both done that, but you know what? What a community. Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, and me. Guess what? Steven Crowder is a millionaire. Tim Pool is a millionaire, I believe. I believe they're both millionaires. And I am in poverty. So that's a great community. Wow. There's three of us. And I'm the one who has the least fame and least money. But you know what? I'm happy to be there with them all. And you're correct, Dow. It still rocks. It is great news. Okay. Thank you. And by the way, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, match my donation. I'm not asking for money for myself. Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, you guys have made donations before. You've done it online like I just did. $154. Let's round it up. $155. That's it. All I'm saying is follow my example. Help the Jericho Project. $155. You don't have to mention my name. Just do it online. Do it for whatever. Just make the donation. Let people know you. $155. You were inspired by me. You don't have to mention my name. You don't have to market this channel. I'm not asking for a single dime. $155. Do what I did. I know you guys can. Anyway, let me go on. All right. So that takes care of that conversation. Let's get into the show itself. 2026 politics, the future of our politics, what's going to be happening. That's what you're really here for. All right, let's get on with the program. Please do share this out. The first thing that I need to talk about before we're going to talk about Venezuela, we're going to talk about Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. We're going to get into something about the Minnesota daycare. We'll talk a little bit about that and some of the changes in laws that have just gone into effect. Some of them in New York, some of them around the country, including taxes that you're paying. We're going to be talking a little bit about that. But before we get to that, I wanted to show you something. And at first, I thought this was a joke. This, I thought, was funny. And I was laughing. A friend of mine sent me this, and I said, oh my God, this was funny. And we need to talk about this. This is a guy called Shavar Skibodiki. That's his name, best as I can pronounce. And I was notified today that one of my friends said, this guy's running for governor of New York. Now, as many of you may know, I do support Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, in the New York governor's race for 2026. No, I do not support Bruce Blakeman. And I can explain why in just a moment. But I do support Larry Sharpe. But I'm political. I follow everyone. And I have always said on this channel, anyone who is a legitimate candidate, I'm more than willing to give them airtime, to cover them. Everyone should have the right to run for any elected office, and I'm willing to give them a voice. And as you see on the channel, I have lived up to that for 20 years, giving a voice to people who want to run for any and every elected office, from the lowest local level to national presidential politics. So I saw this guy, and I thought to myself, this is kind of funny, but you know what? I should probably reach out to him and give him a chance. And then I actually watched the video. I'm going to play this for you. There may be some foul language here, but I want you to see this guy is saying he wants to run for New York governor.
I don't know, but I'm running for governor. I was giving you some love, black man. All right. I see you.
Let me make sure I get this from the beginning.
Yo, Jim Jones, I know I was going to run into you. It's me, Skabuka. Let's take a video.
Bro, you gotta ask me to take a video. Come on, baby.
All right. God bless you, though. No, but I'm running for governor. I was giving you some love, black man. All right. I seen you gave some free haircuts the other day. About you do your thing. I know. Keep it up. Good luck. Later.
Okay. So the first thing that you're seeing here, I don't know why anyone running for any elected office, if you're ever running for an elected office, never put out a video like this. Never do that. It makes you look miserable. Makes you look like a joke. So he walks up to a guy who may be a local businessman in Brooklyn that he may know. And he's like, hey, how you doing? And the guy doesn't like him. Apparently. Does not like him, does not support him. Okay. Why would you show people that? But okay, let's go beyond that. Skibbity he seems to have a clipboard with some forms on it. He can't legally get signatures. He says he's running for the Republican primary. That's ridiculous. That's a joke. First of all, I don't think that this guy is a Republican. As a matter of fact, I'm sure he's not. And I don't think he's going to get on the Republican line. But here's the thing. You can't get signatures now. So that instantly told me this is a scam. This isn't an actual candidate. This is a guy who's running a scam. And he's running these little videos, and he's got a bunch of them. I'm going to show you one more that is trying to get money from you. He is trying to scam money from the public, not because he legitimately is a candidate, not because he has an issue that he thinks he wants to run on. This isn't like the rent's too damn high guy who's out there because he has a specific issue and he's trying to help people. That's not what this guy, Skibbity, is doing. This guy is a scam artist, and it's even worse than that. Let me show you what else he put out there. I got to debunk this guy because he is not serious, and this is a money scheme. This is a guy just trying to grab money, trying to convince people, sign this piece of paper that you can't sign yet. It is illegal. None of those signatures will count, and he's going to ask you for money. He's going to say, here's my signature. Give me some money so I can run for governor, because he's black. That's his whole thing. He's black. And that's why he wants your money. And please do not fall for people like this. This is a scam, in my opinion. So here he is, January 1st. 6:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, probably in Brooklyn, I believe it is. And one of the things this guy likes to run on is he's the grandson of Medgar Evers. Why does that matter? It's a name you've heard of. Now, he may or may not be the grandson of Medgar Evers. I don't know. I also don't care, because that doesn't mean he's qualified for anything. Medgar Evers was a leader in the civil rights movement. Fair enough. But does that convey to his grandson any kind of anything? That doesn't mean that his grandson is smarter or dumber or better or worse. It means nothing. He's using a name to get your money. This is, again, in my opinion, a scam. And I thought it was a joke at first. I thought it was just funny. But no, this is serious. Look at this. This, again, I want to show you from the beginning. And this is what he has to say.
So all these niggas doing over here, man. Got their illegal fucking liquor.
Okay. Warning.
So all these niggas doing over here, man.
Let me give you a warning. Language. This is his language. He's very offensive. It's foul language. It is going to be offensive language. So some people will hear these words he's going to say, which many poor, ignorant, low-class people will say. They are racial slurs that this guy, supposedly running for governor, is going to say. This is part of his scam to get your money. He is basically very similar to Jasmine Crockett running for governor in Texas, except Jasmine is a lawyer and she knows how to class it up just enough so that she looks legitimate. This guy hasn't figured that out, but I'm going to call him out anyway. Just like I call out Jasmine Crockett, I'm calling him out too. So you've got the warning about the language. Let's go forward.
Got their illegal fucking liquor store in East New York, dogs. Got all these little black kids walking past looking at their fucking liquor store, man. Not on my watch, man. I bet they don't even got their fucking license, man. But they thinking this is East New York. They can do whatever they want, man. But Marcus Garvey grandson is on them, man. I don't give a fuck about what these other black niggas doing, man.
What's up? I didn't see your sticker there saying you got license to do liquor. You got license? I can see a license? I can see a license for selling liquor. I'm running for governor, man. You got a license to sell liquor? Where's the license? This is the license? And you Muslim? And you selling liquor? Next to churches and schools?
Let's see this shit, man. Can't make.
So let me stop it there for a second. So this guy, Skibbity, it's insulting. He's not a Republican. But I know some Democrats will point to him and say, see, that's what Republicans are like. No, we're not. This guy is offensive. He's foul-mouthed. Look at what he's doing on, you can see this. He walks in, he's insulting this business owner, this guy working in the job. Don't even know if it's a business owner. He just walks in, barges in on this guy who's just doing his daily job. And he's like, oh, you don't have a license. There is a license. You can see it in the screen. Yeah, there's a license right at the front door. So it's a legal business. He's talking about people, all the young kids are hanging out in front of liquor stores. There's no one standing in front of the business. No one. People are walking past having their day. So this guy is just, he's delusional. And he's assuming that he has some kind of power because he is now claimed that he's going to run for governor and he has some kind of power now to change things he doesn't like. That's not what running for any elected office allows you to do. That doesn't convey any kind of power or change. You're still an American citizen. Laws are still laws. You don't get to do anything different just because you claim you're going to run for something. But we're not done.
Take this shit up, man. I'm running for governor, man. They ain't doing this in their motherfucking Indian school, man. They want to mess with the little black kids, man. Not on Marcus.
There's no little black kids anywhere near anything that he said in this video. None. That may be a concern for some people. It's not evident. He's not showing that. He's showing that he has a personal problem with people who are of Indian descent, as he claims, and those who are Muslim, as he said. He has a problem, not the businesses. But let's go on.
Garvey grandson chase, man. We got liquor.
What does Marcus Garvey have to do with any of this? Nothing. Go on.
Store next to schools and churches. Not with Marcus Garvey grandson I'm running for governor, bitch. These dumbass blacks can let you do whatever. Not on my watch, fucker.
So he's racist against black people. This guy is, I don't know what this guy is. Well, actually, I do, because I did some more research on it. And so this was rather insulting on multiple levels. But he's walking around and he's trying to get people to sign using Marcus Garvey's name, using the fact that he's black, using the name of the Republican Party. He is trying to illegally get signatures and donations. And that is a problem and should be called out. And I am calling it out. This is not legit. And by the way, in case you were wondering, Skibbity in 2024 happened to be 40 years old. He was arrested 3 times. This is from The Independent, and there are other news stories that covered this, but The Independent in England also covered this. He was walking around New York City and would just hit women, white women in particular, but he would go and just assault white women throughout New York State. He was arrested 3 times for this. 3 times that he just walked up and just assaulted a woman, just punched her in the face, knocked her to the ground. 3 times. He's well known to the police. By the way, that's not his first set of crimes. He's actually has a criminal record going back to at least 2016 that I was able to identify. 2016. He has a series of issues. And this guy, it's the same man. He's saying he's for Trump. Who cares? Trump isn't endorsing this guy. The Republicans have not endorsed this guy. No one agrees with this guy. Do not, when you think, and you will see the left, they'll say, see, but this is what black people who support Trump are like. No, they're not. They're like me. They're not like this guy. We don't speak like him. Most people, I'll say most people don't speak like this guy and definitely don't have the beliefs this guy has. He is abusing the good name of good, honest Republicans, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, or anything else. He's abusing the process of running for governor, trying to get himself fame, attention, and money. He's trying to spread racism, and that's been apparent. And he has a problem with people of religions. He's got issues, and he assaults women. I want people to understand this. This is from the New York Police Department, March 27th of 2024, and they identify this man, Stora. They specifically identified him. They know he's been running around New York attacking women, and he's been arrested on that, as well as other crimes going back to 2016. This is one woman who was on, I believe her name was, where is it? Skibbity Stora is his name. And Haley Kate is a woman who was on TikTok showing people what he did to her, that he punched her in the face, black eye, total assault. That is this man. This is the same man. Do not believe this scam. Do not fall for this. Do not give him money. Do not support him. Don't sign his illegal signatures. He doesn't represent the Republican Party, and no one supports this man. No one allows that. He is not part of the Republican Party. I don't care if he may or may not be Marcus Garvey's grandson. I don't know. I don't care. That's not an excuse. He doesn't represent MAGA. He doesn't represent America first. He doesn't represent anything except himself, and he is delusional and dangerous. And I think you just saw that in 2 videos and a news article. I had hoped, when I first heard about this guy's name, I thought it was a joke. It turns out it's a sad, sad story. And it's something that you need to be made aware of. Legitimate candidates have an opportunity to have a voice to be heard on this channel. I have interviewed people from multiple different states at every level of government to let them have their voice, to be able to be heard and be treated the same as elected officials. Everyone deserves a right, an opportunity to run for anything they want to run for. And I will treat them seriously, and we have on this channel for 2 decades. But when we see people who are scamming the public, who are abusing the system, who are selfishly trying to gain fame and notoriety and money and destroying people's honest belief and honest systems out there, they need to be called out. And that's why I have shown you this. Not because he needs glory, but to say that's someone you should avoid. That is someone who is dangerous, and he is not representative of anything except his own small mind. That is my opinion. Anyone disagrees with me, I'd love to hear your reason why. I will also say, Skibbity will not have an opportunity to be on this channel. I do not and will not give a voice to a criminal who assaults women, who is trying to scam the public. I will not give him an opportunity to be on this channel to speak about it. Politicians, candidates that disagree with me, people who disagree with me, I will put them on this channel. A criminal who assaults women and is scamming the public, that's a voice I will not give. That's my choice. Call me a hypocrite if you want, but that's where I stand with that. So I wanted to cover that. But obviously, we all wanted to talk about something a bit more serious and a bit more important. And we will. Let's go and talk about what's going on in Venezuela. As I said previously, I have said in many in interviews where I've been interviewed in panel discussions for a couple of months now, since November at least, I've been saying Donald Trump is not going to invade into Venezuela. In addition, I think it's very important. We are not at war. America is not at war with Venezuela. The nation of Venezuela has not declared war against America. America has not declared war against Venezuela. Nor did the actions of Donald Trump create a war. That is a lie. That is what the left is saying to you. There are a lot of CNN, MSNBC, elected politicians like Chuck Schumer. They're screaming at people right now saying, Donald Trump we're in a war. We're in a war with Venezuela. No, we're not. No, we are not. That is a lie. Anyone who says that to you is either ignorant of the laws and the facts that are at hand, or so either they're ignorant of the law or they're trying to get a political agenda. Orange man bad. See, orange man bad, vote Democrat. And Democrats need this. They need to make you think that orange man just created a war. They need you to feel that so that they can get donations, and you might vote for them in 2026 in the midterm elections because they have nothing to offer. But the reality is the United States is not at war, and we have not been at war. Donald Trump took a military action, and for 3 hours, Delta Force was on Venezuelan soil. That is a fact. That's it. We arrested Nicolas Maduro, who happens to be the president of Venezuela, because he was charged with crimes in the United States. He was brought to the United States. He will stand trial in the United States. along with his wife. Now, there's a lot more to this. And yesterday, I spent 3 hours going over the press conference of President Trump and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. I went over what they said. I went over the news as we had heard it. I spent 3 hours going through all the details, including the Monroe Doctrine, going through what we did back under Teddy Roosevelt. I talked about the JFK and the Bay of Pigs, and more importantly, the JFK and the blockade of Cuba. And we talked about what happened in 1989 under President George Bush when he went down to Panama and Noriega. What I can tell you right now, what Donald Trump did yesterday was legal, has precedent, and is not a war. That's just fact. The Democrats will say that that's not true because they don't like Donald Trump to start with. And they will ignore the legal precedent from the Monroe Doctrine, including what happened in 1989. They will ignore that to say that, no, Donald Trump is entirely different, even though exactly what Donald Trump did is exactly what George Bush did, except he did it in less time with less people, and no one died. No Americans died. No damage to, I think one helicopter was slightly damaged. That's it. We went in, we got them, we got out. At this moment, there are 0 U.S. troops in Venezuela. We're not occupying Venezuela. This is not like Iraq. It is not like Afghanistan, as much as the left wants to tell you. It's just like Afghanistan all over. No, it's not. No, it's not. We have no troops in Venezuela. We didn't take 15,000 troops and put them into Venezuela. We're not holding Venezuela right now. The Venezuelan government still exists to an extent. So when they tell you that, oh, no, but Donald Trump has committed a war and it's a war crime, lie. It is a lie. And they're doing that because they want an advantage. It is a political trick to try and get you to vote for Democrats. Donald Trump committed war, just like with Iran. We didn't declare war against Iran. Iran didn't declare war against the United States. 35 years, almost 40 years since 1980, Iran has never had a moment of hesitation in saying they want to destroy America. They've never once declared war against America. When Donald Trump last year, 2025, went in and blew up their nuclear facilities, which he's always said he will not allow Iran to have a nuclear bomb, he blew it up. That wasn't an act of war. The United States was not in a war with Iran. Iran didn't declare war against the United States. It was a military action. And I explained this all yesterday in greater detail, but I'll also say it once again. Donald Trump didn't break or violate the War Powers Act. You can't impeach him. He is not impeachable. He did exactly what Obama has done half a dozen different times. He did exactly what other presidents have done multiple times. He had 48 hours. He could take the action that he took. That was legal. Those were legal orders as commander-in-chief to the troops. He committed legal orders, and he had 48 hours from the moment the troops were activated to notify Congress, and he did. Therefore, he broke no law. He is not impeachable. Everything is legal, and there is precedent. And the Democrats won't tell you that because they have a political agenda. You may not like it, which is an entirely different thing. And you can say, but I don't like that he did that. Okay. And you may say, well, Mike, I would prefer if Donald Trump had been a peacenik, that he's pacifist. You can prefer that. That's not the reality. And no president should be a pacifist. And I know my friends who are libertarians are like, yeah, but war is bad. Yes, war is bad, but no president should be a pacifist. The day we elect a pacifist as a president in the United States, and this is true for any country, if any country has their leader is a pacifist, that country will fall apart. That country will be abused by every country in the world because there is no threat. There is nothing to defend. They will not, if you are a pacifist leader of a world, of a nation, you will be overrun because no other nation is. And no other nation can be. You as an individual, you can be as pacifist as you want to be. If you're a leader, you can't be. Can't. Because you need the threat of violence to prevent violence against your people. So, a lot of libertarians, a lot of third parties, a lot of pacifists are upset right now. And Democrats are taking advantage of that and saying, oh my God, see, but Trump's creating all these wars. He created 0 wars. Created 0 wars. But Iran was a military action that took 1 hour. 1 hour. Planes entered into Iran, into Iranian airspace, dropped bombs, and left. 1 hour. That's it. That's not a war. If it is, that's the fastest war that's ever been recorded in mankind. I wish every war would be 1 hour long. The second shortest war, according to the left, if what happened in Venezuela is a war, it's the second shortest war that has ever existed in mankind. It's 3 hours. We can only pray that every war was just 3 hours long. Required nothing more than Delta Force, a helicopter, and a couple of law enforcement, members of CIA and law enforcement, to arrest a guy. We wish that every war was just 3 hours, one helicopter, and a couple of guys from Delta Force. You pray that that would be a war. But it's not. In no way, shape, or form. But you are being lied to. You are being mentally and emotionally manipulated by the mainstream media because they have an agenda. Chuck Schumer wants you to vote Democrat. He wants you to donate to Democrats because the Democratic Party, the DNC, is in the hole at least $15 million. They needed they had to take out loans to get through to January 1st. $15 million because none of their donors were giving them money. The billionaires, the good billionaires for the Democrats, people like Bill Gates gave them no money. People like Mark Cuban gave them no money. Why? Because they have no leadership. They have no goals. They have no plan. They have no message. As much as they want to say Republicans just don't know, the Democrats, the left, have nothing. And that's why no one wants to give the money. That's why they had to take out $15 million in loans, because they have nothing. And they're trying to create something from what Republicans are doing, from what MAGA and what from Donald Trump are doing, because they have nothing of their own. All they can say is Orange Man bad, Republicans bad, MAGA bad, making America great is bad, according to the Democrats. That's it. That's all they have. And thus they need to tell you, we're at war. We have no troops in Venezuela. We have no troops in Iran. Iran did not declare war. Venezuela did not declare war. The United States has not declared war. How are we at war? We're at war with who? Who is it? Oh, but you're not supposed to think about that. You're just supposed to emotionally react. You're supposed to be afraid. That's what they want. You're afraid. React emotionally. Oh my God, you're so angry and so emotional. But the facts are still the facts. No matter how emotional you may be, no matter how much you may not like Donald Trump, no matter how much you scream Orange Man bad, it doesn't change the facts at hand. No law was broken, and we are not at war. Period. Full stop. Done. You don't have to like it, but it's not illegal. It's not a war. Anyone who says that is trying to take advantage of you. Let me stop there and look for some comments. because some people may disagree. Again, I covered this in my show for 3 hours yesterday, going over this in greater detail, far greater detail. 3 hours of going over all of the details, what the law is, the War Powers Act, the Monroe Doctrine, went through it all. What happened in 1989 with Panama and Noriega, went through it all. You can see that video for yourself. But let me see what people are saying now. So Dow says, in reference to Skibbity Stora, the black criminal who claims to be running for governor, he says, Mr. Stora is probably of the mind that if others can have learning centers, this would be a reference to Minnesota and the Somali daycare centers, and make bank off public dollars, that's the Somali daycare scam, then people are dumb enough to donate to Stora, this Brooklyn man who is a criminal, who attacks women, and they'll get to his campaign. And sadly, Dow, you are right. Because he's going to run around and go, I'm black. I'm running for governor. Give me money. And people will. And some people will say, you're black. That's their criteria. And they'll give him money. And they will support him. And that's a problem. But that's why I pointed him out. User has been banned is with us. He says, to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Stora somehow won. that would surprise the hell out of me. He would never win. He won't even get into the Republican primary, let alone win it. But okay. User has been banned goes on to say, a lot of people, a lot of the population is like this dude or appeals to them. I don't think this guy appeals to anyone. Not in the way he speaks, not in what he's talking about, not in his apparent racism and his hate, nor his violent actions. I don't think that is appealing to anyone. I don't think that's a majority of any group of people, left, right, or otherwise. I don't even think Antifa would support that kind of actions. They're violent on their own, but even they wouldn't support something like this. I just don't see any group that would. But you're saying you're disillusioned with democracy, but I don't think our government and our people have failed in that way. And God help us if I'm wrong. I really want to be right about that. I hope you are wrong on this. Not because of you, user. I just, if America, if this guy is able to get money and votes, I don't know, the world is over. It's at an end. There is no such thing as democracy. There's no freedom anymore. We're all doomed. If Stora, the violent criminal from Brooklyn, if he gets any kind of money, any kind of legitimate votes, which he's not, but if he did at all, there's something fundamentally wrong with the world. I'm trying to get, I spent 2 months trying to raise money week after week after week, and we were able to get $150 to be able to donate to the Jericho fund. If this guy is able to raise more than $150, what the hell am I doing wrong? What is wrong with the world? I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Dow says, this guy, Stora, he's got a problem. He's got a bobblehead syndrome. That's true. As well as being a grifter perpetrating fraud. I agree. All right, let me go on. Let me see. Phil is with us, and Phil says, I feel like Stora probably has an issue with bipolar or manic depressive disorder, moments of mania followed by violence. I don't care. I don't care if this guy has a mental issue. If he does, he can get help. And he's been through the system, at least since 2016. He's been through our prison system. He's been through the government system. If he has mania, there are many, many, many programs that will provide him medication. And he's had the opportunity for any of it to be identified. If he's not taking his medicine, that's on him. I do not find that to be an excuse or a reason. It's not a justification. I'm not saying that you're saying it is. I think you're saying, well, that may be why. I don't care what his reason why is. He's a violent felon, a bad guy. And anything beyond that, I don't care. But that's me. And I'm not, the nicest guy in the world. But again, I don't think that you're saying that, Phil. I understand. You're identifying the problem. I get it. But I also want to identify that this guy has also had opportunity to have a solution since 2016. He's had 5 years, he's almost had 10 years to deal with, if he has mental issues, to get medication. That's him. That's on him. Okay. Moving forward. Dow says Thomas Massie is still standing in the House and insisting that any use of the military is an act of war. Thomas Massie is wrong. He is fundamentally, legally wrong. Thomas Massie, who I do not think is a bad man. I think he's very intelligent. I love that he stands up for his principles and his point of view. Thomas Massie is wrong. Absolutely, 1000% he is wrong. It is any use of military force is not an act of war. That's just ridiculous. They're not the same thing, nor do they mean the same thing. And the fact that he feels that way, I get it. You feel like that. You're wrong, Thomas Massie. And that isn't the case. And I know there's a lot of libertarians that will say, oh, Mike, and a lot of pacifists who will say, oh, but Mike, using the military is not war. They are not equal. As I said, under the War Powers Act, President Trump was perfectly legal, did everything that he needed to do. That isn't a crime. No nation has declared war against the United States. The United States has not declared war against anyone else, nor were we trying to. Done. I wish every war would last 3 hours. I wish they were that simple to resolve, but that's not the case. So Thomas Massie is wrong. Point blank, just wrong. Let's see. User has been banned. I don't mind this so much, although I do think we have a reason for war in a few countries. And we really don't have reasons for wars in other countries. Again, this was a very specific set of circumstances. It's like, oh, we have a lot of reasons for wars in the Middle East. We don't. We had very specific set of reasons for Iran. Specifically, they were building and getting closer to, and were about to have a nuclear weapon. That no country in the world wants Iran, their theological insanity. No one wants the Ayatollah to have a nuclear weapon. No one trusts that Iran with a nuclear weapon will be safe. No one believes that. They're the people who train. Iran trains other people's terrorists to go around in suicide vests and blow themselves up, killing innocent women and children. No one trusts Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Therefore, we took out that capability. And I'm perfectly 1000% behind President Trump in taking out that facility. He didn't he didn't land troops. We didn't invade. We weren't there months upon months upon months. We were there for an hour. Done. Again, I wish every war was, if that was a war, according to Thomas Massie, according to the left, if that's a war, I hope every war we ever have for America is as long as that. I hope we never have another war that's longer than 3 hours. I hope, I pray. That would be the best thing for the world. But that's just not the case. And so just like bombing Iran and taking away their nuclear capabilities is not justification to go into Syria, as an example, then the same thing with what we're looking at here in terms of Venezuela. Very specific set of circumstances for that nation and its leadership. And while South America, Central America have issues, they're not the same set of criteria. In particular, should we go after cartels? Absolutely. In any country. I have no problem with, if we want to go after the cartels in MS-13 or any of the other cartels in Mexico, Central America, South America, I got no problem with that. But in terms of governments, do we go after other governments? No. not the same set of criteria, not the same set of problems, and also not as easy to resolve. So all of that together, I don't think that's correct, but at least you understand why I believe that. You may disagree, and that's fine. And I'm happy to hear your voices saying, Mike, I disagree with you, but I want you to understand why I think this and why I think that's the case. But I look forward to seeing some more of the comments. So let's go on. Dow says, I get where Massey is coming from in principle. He has said the same previously for other similar or worse actions by other administrations. I have no doubt that Massey is being very consistent for Thomas Massey. That's fine. He's a pacifist, and that has its value in and of itself. It isn't applicable to the real world in most situations, especially for leadership of a government, but I understand he's being consistent, but he's being consistently wrong. And I know my friends who are libertarians and many of the pacifists that I know will say, but Mike, you're being such a warmonger. I'm not, because we haven't gone to war. This isn't war. Violence is not war. And an act of military is not war. In fact, an act of military can bring greater peace and stability to the world. We brought more peace in taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities. We have helped the rest of the world get more stability. That reduced the amount of money and capabilities that Iran had for training and spreading terrorism around the world. It's helped to collapse their economy, which reduces their ability to spread terrorism around the world. The knock-on effect, the consequences of what we did helped stabilize the Middle East and the rest of the world. Did that bring absolute peace? Of course not. Let's be realistic. Anyone says, oh, but the world isn't peaceful. It was never going to be. It's never been. That's not realistic. Did we reduce the amount of terrorism in the world? Yes. Did we reduce the amount of conflict in the world? Yes. And did we reduce the threat of nuclear weapons being used around the world by terrorist organizations? Yes. That's a net win. Same thing, similar thing to what we're seeing here in Venezuela. Hey, Dee is with us. Dee says, that Liberty lady, she says, did Mike talk about that goofy? Yes, I did. You missed it. It was the very right after I donated money to the Jericho project to help the homeless and veterans and families. The very next thing is I talked about Stora. Yes. Thank you, Dee, for that story, by the way. Phil says, and I don't want to fight here in Mike's chat. Please fight. It's okay. You can fight. Anyone can disagree with me. I'm not telling anyone that you have to agree with what I think. If you agree with Thomas Massey, fantastic. I'm happy for you. I don't agree. And I'm telling you why I don't agree and what specifically I don't agree about it. It doesn't mean that I don't respect Thomas Massey. I do. And I think he's being very consistent. I just think he's wrong. And if you think Massey is correct, that's fantastic. And if you want to be in the chat and say, Mike, you just don't get it, you don't understand, fantastic. I'm absolutely 1000% okay with that. You can tell me that, Mike, you just don't get it. You're not smart enough. Tell me why. Tell me why I'm wrong. I have no problem with you being in the chat. You can argue with me. You can argue with other people in the chat as long as it's respectful. Argue away. I have no problem with that. So Phil says, it's not a fight. It's just a conversation, Phil. And he says, but this is the type of stuff that permanent Washington, the swamp, does all the time. This is why we're in crazy amounts of national debt. I disagree. I massively disagree. Now, if you're talking about Afghanistan, you've got a better argument. You want to talk about Iraq, you've got a better argument. And one of the key criteria I have always said is that we need to own what we fight for to justify that fight. And it recoups itself. If we had fought and took over Iraq, if we fought and took over Afghanistan, building the infrastructure, building up those nations not by a puppet government, but direct. They are our commonwealth or our territory. We own them. The Constitution is the law of the land. The dollar is the currency of the land. If we did that, we would not be in the situation we are in now. The economy would be 1,000% far, far better. So it is the fact that we have half-assed the process. That's the problem. That's why we have so many difficulties, because we're not actually doing it, because everyone's so afraid of saying, oh my God, you're colonizing. Yes, we are. And good. And that's why so many Venezuelans are happy around the world. Venezuelans who were driven out of their homes, why are they happy? Because America is bringing them stability and freedom and opportunity. Something that they haven't had for 15 years, 20 years. They haven't had this opportunity. They're happy about this. That brings in more stability in the world. That creates more potential wealth in the world. And yes, that includes the oil that is obviously a part of this whole thing. Of course, it is good for everyone. This is a positive. The media wants you to think there's nothing but negatives here. What's the negative? What's the problem? The immense wealth and cost? We haven't been there for 15 years. We haven't even been there for 15 hours. What's the immense cost? So again, I'm not beating up on you, Phil. I'm beating up on the concept. That is the message to mainstream, the emotional message that is coming from the mainstream media that have an agenda to get Democrats elected. But they are wrong, fundamentally at their core. And I'm trying to make it clear why they're wrong. Again, you don't have to agree. You can say, Mike, I disagree. That's fine. You can say, Mike, you just don't get it. Okay, I can accept that too. Dow mentions that Thomas Massie is consistent. That's true. He absolutely is. What this action was is a geopolitical flex. Yes. I'm pretty sure this was a shock and awe in front of the CCP, China, delegation to demonstrate America's resolve, not just for China. This was a statement to Russia, to China, to Iran, to any nation that has large groups of terrorists and or cartels. This was a multinational, multi-level statement about the willingness of the United States to take action when necessary, when it is a benefit to the United States, first and foremost, and then to other nations in terms of stability. Was this a warning to Cuba? Absolutely. Was this a warning to the MS-13 cartel? Absolutely. Was this a message to China and to Russia and Iran? Absolutely. Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah are all getting a lesson very, very quick. This was ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They got a message. Yes, we will take action, and yes, we can do it pinpoint to you, to any one individual. We can do it, and we will under a strong president. This could never have happened under Obama. It could never have happened under Biden, and it never did. We've seen many, many Republicans, like G.W. Bush, screw it up. What should have been short-term, quick and fast turned into 2 decades of occupation. I do not discount that. That is true. That has happened. So it can be screwed up. It could be a bad message, but under a strong president with a plan, which we have seen from Donald Trump several times now, it's effective. Let me see here. Phil says, we have abandoned our constitutional order a long time ago. Please see my video from yesterday. President Trump was acting under his constitutional authority. This action was, just like with Iran, it is under the Constitution legal for the president to do under the War Powers Act, which is a limitation on the Constitution. It was legal, and he was authorized to be able to do that. Under the Uniform authorization of military force, Donald Trump did legally do what he did. This was constitutional, and it was not necessary for Congress to act. Congress can act now. They can change the laws. They can change the restrictions. But based on the law as it exists and the Constitution, Donald Trump broke nothing. You may want to talk to your congressman and say you want new restrictions, you want new laws. That some people want that. Fantastic. Go to your congressman, go to your senator, have them write up a new law, let them present it in Congress, and let's vote on it. Fantastic. I have no problem with that. But to say that this was unconstitutional, it is not. Not in any way, shape, or form. It is not illegal. And again, people may not like it. That doesn't mean it's illegal, nor is an act of war. Okay, D says, I looked like I chimed in at the right time. Only reason I came across this guy is because somebody tagged Larry Sharpe. Oh, God. Please, Larry Sharpe is nowhere near that Stora guy from Brooklyn. He's absolutely horrible. Larry is a credible candidate. Stora, not at all. I'm trying to catch up to some of the comments here. I know I'm way behind. And folks, I know Phil and Dal and D, they're making a lot of comments. User has been saying some stuff. Please chime in, folks. I'm okay with it. I'm skipping through some of this. User has been banned, mentions that much of the debt comes from NGOs and fraud, which we found in U.S. aid. 83% of all of the money going through U.S. aid was fraudulent. It was helping terrorists and criminals around the world. So yeah, there is a lot of that. Phil mentions that the U.S. debt $1 trillion on our military. Yes, because we're the greatest superpower in the world. And it is expensive to be the greatest superpower in the world and to be despised by Russia and China and Iran and North Korea and many, many nations all at the same time. All of them want what we have. What stops them from trying to take what we have? It costs money. Much of our, Phil says, much of our past debt is military debt. It's not just, our past debt is for a lot of things. Yes, military makes up a good portion of that since 1950, but that's not the only thing. And how many trillions do we spend on poverty and poverty programs alone? That's huge. Healthcare is huge. We have a lot of things. We spend a lot of wasteful money. How much money do we give in foreign aid every year? And that money adds up. $200 million just to Pakistan alone. So, I mean, yeah, it adds up. Is it military debt? Yeah, it's a lot of bad spending and fraud. A lot of bad spending and fraud. Let me see the cat. I'm trying to catch up here. So Dow is saying, if the goal was clear, like the operation in Venezuela, that is not a war. That is a military action, one that is tolerated and indeed invited by the people of Venezuela, not just the people of Venezuela. See, you look around the world, over 60 countries did not recognize, did not support Maduro and his government, his authoritarian government in Venezuela. 60 nations, not just the United States, not just Donald Trump, 60 nations. In fact, Democrats themselves, Hakeem Jeffries, as a great example, is someone who denounced Maduro and the Maduro regime. Democrats are actually in a tizzy right now because they did not want, they agreed. Maduro was illegally the president. He cheated. He was an authoritarian. He was bad to his people. They did not like, nor do they support Maduro. And now they're trying to bring back Maduro. Literally, Hakeem Jeffries, the left right now are basically asking for Donald Trump, the United States, to put Maduro back into Venezuela and give him back the country. They want to support authoritarianism because Orange Man bad. They're literally trying to convince us without saying it, without coming straight out and saying, hey, give the dictator back his dictatorship. Let Maduro oppress the Venezuelan people more. That is the net result of what the left is saying at this moment. Give back the dictator, let him oppress his people, let him oppress the world. And that's okay because Donald Trump is Orange Man bad. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense. And that is what is the consequence. It's the only resolution that the left is. If you follow the leftist ideology at this point, the only thing you lead to is put the dictator back in charge of Venezuela. That's what the leftist ideology, that's what CNN, MSNBC, that is what Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, that's what they're asking for right now. Put the dictator back in charge. Do you really want to do that? I don't think so. Let me see. I'm just trying to catch up to some of the comments. I know I'm skipping by a lot of comments that are out there. Phil mentions Argentina and Chile. They had governments that changed within. Not all governments do that. I'm glad they did. Fantastic. And many governments have changed into dictatorships and into authoritarian governments. Not every government changes, nor is every change positive. So, can some do it? Absolutely. Doesn't mean that they all will or that they all can. Nor does it mean that we did anything wrong. Phil says, the United States should not go abroad in search of monsters to destroy. That was John Quincy Adams almost 200 years ago. And at the time, the United States couldn't go out and destroy monsters. We couldn't go abroad. We couldn't do anything. In fact, we had no choice about the matter. We weren't the power. England was. It wasn't an option for us, even if we wanted it to be. We didn't have the military might for it, nor were we the superpower. No one was looking. In fact, we were fighting for our lives under John Quincy Adams. We still weren't stable. We weren't recognized. We were illegitimate in the eyes of the world. So, yeah, we couldn't go out and fight other people. We had to protect our own. And we slowly gained the ability, like when we went against the Barbary pirates in Tripoli in Libya. Why did we do that? Because the Libyan pirates were attacking merchant vessels of the United States, but also of England, of France, of many countries around the world. And that's why the Marines went to Libya. That's why it's part of the Marine Corps battle hymn. From the shores of Tripoli. Remember that? Halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli? That's Mexico. That's Libya. That's other countries. That's other countries' bad guys that we, the United States, fought against. It was for the benefit of the United States and the rest of the world. One is not mutually exclusive of the other. And John Quincy Adams may have said, no, be isolationist. That may have been far more easy and correct 200, almost 250 years ago than it is today when America is the superpower of the world. We cannot judge America by the values of the past, just as we should not use the values of today to judge the past. We can't use the past to judge the current, and we can't use the current to judge the past. It doesn't work that way. The past is the past, the current is the current. We have another comment here from Mike Liu, who says, yep, you're 100% right on all your comments. Hey, I love that people are enjoying the comments and making their statements and having their voices heard. Again, I'm just trying to make sure we think about this clearly and understand the true legalities and understand that there are many people with agendas at this time that are trying to change the way that you're hearing about this and what you're thinking about this and what it means. Like when you hear people say, this was war. It was not. Not even close. It's illegal. No, it's not. Not even close. Which is why they can't tell you what law did it break. Next time you hear someone say, he broke the law, it was a legal war. What law did he break? Because he didn't break any. And that's why they're not quoting any law. Congress declares war. We're not at war. We never were. It's a military action. That's not a war. We never were at war. Oh. And I know some people said, let's see. And user has been banned says isolationism worked really well for Japan until it didn't. Yeah. So I get it. There are people who believe in isolationism. That's fine. That's not effective. That's not the reality of the world we live in. As the superpower of the world, we can't be isolationist. Chad, which is a nation in Africa. It's also the name of a good friend of mine from childhood, who I know to this day. But Chad, the nation in Africa, they can be isolationist. You don't even know they exist. Burkina Faso can be isolationist. You've never heard of them, but they exist as well. Laos is a nation that may be isolationist. No one cares. The United States can't be isolationist. Cannot. It's not a choice. We are, and let me say again, and I'm saying this respectfully. It's not that I don't respect my audience. I understand the thought process. The United States cannot be non-interventionist. We are the superpower of the world. The world looks to America for stability and enforcement, whether we like it or not. That is the reality. That is the truth. Doesn't matter if we like it. Doesn't matter if it feels good or not. That is what the world looks for. They derive the greater amount of stability and order for the world comes from America. We are directly tied to every nation in the world. You go to any nation in the world, they all talk about U.S. news. But not every country, but you don't hear about every other country everywhere in the world. News that is happening in the United States, that's news around the world. But not vice versa. It doesn't work like that. Whatever is happening right now in Micronesia, no one knows, no one cares. No one cares. What's happening in Mozambique, nobody knows. Nobody cares. That's just the reality of the world. We can't be isolationist, nor can we be non-interventionist. We are involved with every nation in the world because we are the superpower of the world. We are directly, constantly, every day. Everything we do affects every nation in the world. What other nations do may or may not affect someone, but everything we do affects everyone in the world. Everything we do is an intervention on some country somewhere in the world. It's not possible to not be interventionist. The question is, what do we actively intervene on? That's the question, and that is a question that has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That is a question that has nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans. That is a question for the nation of America to decide. And I agree with you, Phil. We should have this conversation. We should have the conversation of how much America should intervene in the rest of the world, how much that we actively intervene in the rest of the world. We can have that conversation. That has nothing to do with the president. That has nothing to do with the parties. That is a decision of the nation, of the degree of influence our superpower nature will impact the world. But that's not what we're talking about today. That's not Venezuela. That's not what's happening right now. Totally different thing. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Okay. So I know there's a lot more to this. This is a hot button issue across the world right now. And I do not believe that I'm going to resolve it all for everyone. And I'm not, and again, I know that some people that I know, and I know some of the people who are in the chat right now who are making some of the comments, I know some of them personally. And I don't agree with some of them, and some of them I do. And some of them I agree with to an extent. That's fine. I'm not trying to give you the definitive answer. I'm giving you a different understanding than the mainstream is. I'm trying to point out certain facts that are being suppressed at this time because they're unpopular for certain political ideologies. And there are certain realities that are being obscured that are absolutely critical to understand, not just for now, but for the future as well. So not everyone will agree with me. That's okay. We can disagree. That's the great thing about America. We don't have death squads like they had in Venezuela or like the IRGC out of Iran. We don't have death squads. We don't have terrorists that are running around blowing people up because they don't agree. We don't have that. Thank God. And so it is the expression of the First Amendment to have this conversation. That's why I did a 3-hour-long discussion about this yesterday. And I do recommend to people to check out that 3-hour live stream that I did and the sources and what we were talking about then. But I did want to bring it up today because obviously it is still a very important issue. And by the way, I double checked this before, but as of the start of this show, there are 0 troops, U.S. American troops in Venezuela. That's not a war. That's not a war. It's not Afghanistan. It's not Iran. It's not Iraq. It's not the same at all. It's not even like Syria. We have 0 troops there. And this is something that Marco Rubio, in his conversation earlier today, let's see, Marco Rubio was having a conversation. There it is. Bear with me. So Marco Rubio, in his conversation today, he was talking with CBS News. He also highlighted the same thing. So it's very important to understand the clear nature of this because it is not. And I know many people are thinking about this and they're thinking of Iraq, they're thinking of Afghanistan, they're thinking of 20 years of warfare. That's not the case. That's not what happened here. And there's no reason to believe that we're going to do that. If we start going towards that direction of a 20-year war, I would change my mind. I would agree with many people. That's not the case. That's a fear, but people with certain political agendas are pushing that fear. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's accurate. Okay, so that being said, let's stop there. It's a lot of conversation. Okay, let's for the moment, I know we didn't finish that. There's no way to finish that conversation. It's a conversation that's going to be happening across this nation for a while now, but we need to move forward. And I will talk about this more and more if you guys want. I'm not afraid of having the conversations. We will. But that's where I'm going to leave that for the moment. I think it's also important to know that even though everyone in the nation is talking about this very specifically, and they have very strong points of view, that's fine. And there are arguments to be made on all sides of this discussion, fine. But we also need to understand that there are other things that are happening that aren't getting attention like they should be. The FBI had to disrupt and save people, there was a maniac that was trying to kill innocent Americans because he's a member of ISIS. We have a problem in America, and it's not Venezuela. We have a problem where we are seeing over and over again individuals, in this case, this young man, who has been consistently recruited by ISIS since he was in high school, since he was a underage juvenile, before he was 18. They were recruiting him online because he was trying to commit murders when he was in high school under the age of 18, according to the FBI. That they have this. We've had the records. We've been tracking this guy. They've consistently been following him. When he was under the age of 18, it is stated by the FBI that this guy allegedly, well, actually, then absolutely, he absolutely was going out with a hammer to knock on his neighbor's door to beat them to death because ISIS wanted him to do that in America. The Islamic State, ISIS, wanted him to go to his neighbors and beat them to death dressed in black, all black, with a hammer. Because America, they didn't like him. And now, this man, as an adult, after being caught by the FBI and being banned from being able to get onto the internet, and he's being watched because he is someone who adopted insane, radical, extremist, terrorist activities. As an adult, he went back onto the internet and he went right back to ISIS, and he was being indoctrinated again, and he was trying to coordinate his attacks against innocent American citizens on behalf of ISIS for Christmas and New Year's. And the only reason we know about it now is because they had to pick him up just before New Year's. They had to arrest him because he was about to, based on the communications he was having online, some of them with FBI agents who were posing as some of the extremists, and the actual extremist conversations he was happening with members of ISIS, that this guy was going to go out and kill a bunch of people. We need to talk about this. As much as we're talking about Venezuela, we need to talk about this. This is important. And we're not having this conversation. This news story blew past everyone. This is a news story that came out back on January 2nd. Not one news agency is talking about it. No one in political commentary is talking about this. We all should be talking about this. This isn't just a guy who got convinced, like over at Cornell University, where one of the teachers groomed a student to become an ISIS, a member of ISIS, self-declared member of ISIS, and that student at Cornell University went around attacking Jewish students. That's bad. This is a kid who, as a child, was groomed by ISIS and terrorism and grew up to continue to seek out ISIS and terrorism, and was looking to kill American citizens just because we exist. There is a deep-seated problem here. This guy has a problem, and we need to talk about this as a nation. We should be talking about it. This should be a big story. It's not. No one is touching it. It's not like this isn't coming from some crazy white right-wing organization. It's not some story that's coming from some nut job somewhere. This is from the Associated Press, confirmed by the FBI. This is something that happened in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is a problem. We're not talking about it. We really do need to have a conversation about it. That our youth have already been in many cases across this nation, have already been corrupted. Some of that is because of the ever left-leaning movement, which believes in violence. And once you teach a kid that words are violence and you can respond to someone's words with violence, which is something that is being taught in our high schools and in our colleges, once you are teaching kids that idea, then it's very easy to say, oh, well, these words are violent to this group, so you should attack them. It's very easy to say, well, here are the words that you should be violent back against. Okay, ISIS says that if you talk about anything about Islam and their way of believing in Islam, well, that's violence. Go kill those people. That's what ISIS says, and that's what they've convinced kids. Why? Because the underlying key thought is words are violence, therefore you can fight those words with violence. That is leftist ideology. These kids have been taught that in high school, in college, and that's the problem. That is, I think, the root of the problem. Oh, but the left thought that would only apply to the left versus the right. It would be Democrats and progressives against the right. This would never affect innocent Americans. This would never affect the left. Except that's not how it works. You've introduced this idea. You've embedded this into our youth. An entire generation has been drilled into their mind. Words equal violence, and you can attack. You can respond to those words with violence. And that metastasizes like a cancer throughout the society. And you cannot control who's going to convince someone what words are violent and what words aren't. And that's why we're seeing things like this happen. Thankfully, this time, the FBI got involved. This time, the FBI were able to stop it. How many more times is that going to happen? And again, in my point of view, maybe you guys agree, maybe you disagree. I'd love to hear from the left on this. It's their words, their ideology, their poisonous seed that is the root of this problem. If you don't convince kids, not adults, kids, if you don't convince them that words are violent and here are the words you should be violent about, then this kid doesn't turn into ISIS. This is a direct result of the leftist progressive ideology infecting America, and this is the consequence. And no one is talking about this. And we must. I don't know. That's where I see that. You may think I'm wrong. That's fine. Let me go to this. Now, this is something that was highlighted in Wisconsin. A lot of people aren't aware of it, but it's affecting the entire nation. This article is from Wisconsin because no one is talking about this nationally that I've noticed. I didn't see this anywhere on national news. But did you know that the post office, the postmark on your letters through the post office, they aren't the same. They don't work anymore. Since December 2025, when you put something in the mail, it used to be that it would get stamped that day. So if I put something in the mail today, it's going to be picked up by my mailman on Monday. It's supposed to get a stamp on Monday that says this was mailed on Monday. So if I'm sending out a bill, if I'm sending out a contract, if I'm sending out a copyright, if I'm sending out taxes, we have a day. The United States government guaranteed that this was received. It was in the mail. It was in the process as of Monday. And this is important if I have to go to a courtroom, if I get sued, if I'm trying to protect my rights, my property. I don't want to pay fees to not just the federal government, not just the IRS, but New York City, New York State, any of those. I want to, I got to protect my license. I need my driver's license. It's going to be renewed. That date is the only proof you have that this was done at a specific time. That's how it used to work. And many people right now are thinking that's how it works right now. Wrong. Very, very quietly, without an act of Congress, the post office, the USPS, made a decision on their own without telling anyone in America, without telling the Congress, without telling you. They decided on their own that they're not going to do that anymore. That whenever they decide to process your letter, then it gets a stamp. Then it counts as being recognized by the United States government. And this is a problem. I'll make it real simple for you. Let's say that you need to send in your local city has charged you were jaywalking. Okay? Something simple, something stupid like that. You were jaywalking, which is a crime in pretty much every city, almost never gets charged. But let's say you got charged because you were jaywalking. And you admit and you know you were jaywalking. So you get a fine. Let's say it's a $50 fine. And on that, for that fine, you have until the end of the month, the 30th of whatever month, to make that payment. And if you have not made that payment or attempted to make that payment by the 30th, then you are going to have your fee, your fine is going to double. And for every 5 days or 15 days, a lot of states have this, that if you don't make another payment and pay off the entire amount by usually 15 to 30 days, then it doubles again. So we went from $50 to $100, and it could go to $200. It could go to $500 very, very quickly. This could become a massive bill. The thing is, you sent in the letter, and it should have a stamp. You sent in the letter 7 days before the 30th. You sent it out on the 23rd. But because the post office changed the postmark, they didn't stamp it until the 31st. So you're out of luck. You lost an entire week. They didn't send your letter anywhere. And when they did start to send your letter to the state government, they stamped it on the wrong day, which means you are legally suffering. So now you got to pay twice as much money. And that's assuming that they're only 7 days late. That's assuming they don't lose the letter somewhere. That's assuming that someone doesn't dislike you. At this point, let's say you're trying to pay your taxes, the IRS, federal taxes, and someone in your local post office knows that you're a YouTuber like me, or they read a comment that you put on X or on Twitter that they don't like. Doesn't matter what it is, could be left, right, doesn't matter. But the post office worker knows that they saw your name on the letter, whether it's a bill or anything else. They saw that and said, I'm not going to process this letter yet. Doesn't matter why, they just don't like you. So rather than giving it a stamp today, they toss it over to the side. And that letter is going to sit for a week or maybe 2 weeks. Because until the day they stamp it, it's not a priority. It's not going to go anywhere. They could let that letter sit for a month. And then they stamp it, and then it starts the process to actually go to wherever it has to go to. Well, Mike, that's corruption. That's criminal. Yes. Yes, it is. How can you prove it? You can't. See, under the way it used to be, if I wrote a letter and someone in the post office, well, they watch my show and they're like, I don't like Republicans. And I know Mike is a Republican. Screw Mike. I'm going to toss this letter over to the side. I'll get to it next month. 30, 40, 50 days from now, 60 days from now, I'll get that letter and then I'll mail it out because screw Mike. I don't like Mike because he's a Republican. See, that wouldn't work under the old rules because the day that letter came in, it gets stamped. Now, that letter doesn't get stamped. So they can do a Lois Lerner and they could toss it to the side. They can screw me because they don't like my politics. They don't like my YouTube, my Twitter, my X, my TikTok. They don't like that. So they can screw me. And there's no way I can prove otherwise. And I suffer because of that. And the only remedy to this scenario, to this corruption that the post office has now interjected and brought into your life, as identified here, is you have to pay more money. See, they increase the fees. So you're going to pay an extra 6% for a partial select. Priority mail service, 6.6%. Express mail, 5.1%. 7.8% for ground advantage. Notice all of the things that would actually get you this timestamp right now, like it used to work, that you could get for free. Now you have to pay money to get it. Now you have to pay money to get the proof that you mailed something on time. Is this to help you? No. Is it to help the post office? Yes. Is it an extra fee? Is this a fee swindling you out of your money? Yes. And we should talk about it. This is a money grab scheme. It is corrupt. There is no reason why I need to pay more money for a service that is supposed to be free, that should show for the efficiency of the post office, which isn't very efficient to start with, but to maintain the minimal levels of efficiency that they had to get that stamp, I have to pay extra money, which still doesn't guarantee that my mail is going to show up on time, doesn't confirm that it's going to be lost or not. It just means I have to pay extra money to get the stamp that says that even if it gets lost, at least we know when it was supposed to be mailed out. This is government greed at every level. This is corrupt. And we should talk about it. This isn't big news. Where did I find out about this? Well, I happen to follow national news. This is a conversation they're having in Wisconsin. I didn't see this news in New York. I didn't see this in New Jersey. I didn't see it in California. I didn't see this in Illinois. I'm not saying that the local news didn't cover it, but in my search for this story, I wasn't seeing it. This wasn't something headlining on CNN or MS Now or whatever the hell they call themselves. This isn't something that the Washington Post is talking about that I saw. Maybe there was an article and I missed it. I don't miss a lot of these things. This is local news. It should be national news. Why are they not telling you? Because people will be pissed off because I shouldn't have to pay to get the timestamp that I have always gotten in the history of the post office. I've always gotten that stamp. It shouldn't cost me any money because we've already paid for it. My taxes is already paying for that. Every time I buy stamps, I'm paying for that. I've already made the payment. You have already made the payment. And now they want more of your money. And you're not getting anything extra for it. You're not getting any extra benefit. It's not traveling any faster. You have no greater guarantees. They're just taking money out of your pocket. That is corrupt. At least that's what I think it is. I think that is corrupt. Not everyone will agree with me. By the way, you don't have to believe me. Check it out for yourself. You can go over to Grok. That's another way to double check it. And when you find out this happened on December 24th, the day before Christmas. The day before Christmas, they made this a rule. It's not a law. This is not something that Congress decided on. The post office decided this on their own, that they're going to charge you more money. And they did it on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. And the whole point, and it's right here, you can see it, to ensure alignment with a drop-off date, the post office recommends requesting a free manual postmark at the retail counter or using certified registered mail. They want you to pay more money for the same exact service. Pay more money for the service, period. It is cheating you out of money that you already paid for. This is a ripoff, and you're not being told about it, and you should. And you should. All right. Oh, wow. 2 hours has gone by. 2 hours have flown by super fast. All right. I need about 30 seconds, folks. I just need about 30 seconds or so, roughly. So give me a moment. I'm going to step away from the camera for a second. I will be right back. I will be right back. Okay, folks. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for paying up, for putting up with me there. Yeah, Dal says, well, the post office wants you to pay more money, or you can go somewhere else. FedEx is loving this. This is great news for FedEx. FedEx's stock is going to go up. As soon as people figure this out, which will be by at least the first quarter, people are going to figure this out at some point, and they're going to go, oh my God, FedEx is the only way to guarantee it. Okay, you got to use FedEx now. Either you go to the post office and pay extra money, or you use FedEx and pay extra money. FedEx is going to make bank on this. I am sure that the FedEx stock is going to go up as people figure this out. But it's just not right. It's just not right. All right. So let me go forward. We're covering a decent amount of ground. I'm through maybe half the stories I wanted to cover today. I know everyone's still arguing in the chat, it looks like. They're still pissed off about Venezuela. We shouldn't do it. It's illegal. No, it's not. Anyway, I have a lot of libertarians in my audience. They're particularly upset about this. Okay. So are some Democrats, but libertarians are losing their minds on this, like Thomas Massey. All right. So let me go to something even more local. And I think also more important at this moment that's not being discussed, and it needs to be discussed. This really important news at this time. We knew New York, California, Illinois, they were not going to give the public a tax break. So according to the One Big Beautiful Bill, the OBBBB, whether you like Republicans or not, whether you think they're good at governing or not, the fact is that part of the Big Beautiful Bill was a promise, a campaign promise from Donald Trump, and it was fulfilled. In 2024, Donald Trump said that if you reelect him, he will cut taxes on tips and on overtime. Just a fact. In fact, Bernie Sanders loved that idea. I think he was one of the supporters of that idea. Not necessarily Trump, but that idea that people should not have to pay taxes on tips or on overtime. And Donald Trump got a lot of votes. I don't know how many, but he got a lot of votes. It was a very popular idea. A lot of people are like, no, I don't want to pay taxes on my tips, and I don't want to pay taxes on my overtime. Fair enough. I understand why people would say that. We're talking about tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on what your job might be. Whether you're the fry guy at McDonald's or you're a waitress at a restaurant, it doesn't really make a difference. We're talking about thousands of dollars at the minimum, whether it's because of overtime or tips, that could go in your pocket, that could help pay off your bills. Whether you want to pay off a college loan or you want to get a better apartment, or if you just want a new pair of jeans, it pays off a lot. It makes a difference. Maybe you would like to have a steak once in a while rather than just peanut butter and rice. Okay, if you're able to keep more of your money, you can do that. Maybe if you can keep more of your money, you can invest some of that money. Maybe that investment can grow. Maybe you'll be able to retire, or maybe you'll cash out your investment and you'll be able to buy a car, or maybe buy a house. Maybe you'll get married, pay for your kids. I don't know. But it's your money. It's money that you need, and you know how to spend your money better than the government does. See, Zoran Mamdani wants to take your money and he's going to give it to someone else because he's a progressive socialist. And that person may or may not spend money well, but Zoran doesn't care because you have too much money. He's willing to take your money. Kathy Hochul wants to take your money and she wants to spend it because she thinks not where she can spend it is better than you. Kathy Hochul, like Zoran Mamdani, believe in big government, and that government can solve every problem. It just needs to be big enough. And if you have enough people in the government, especially if they all happen to be Democrats or progressives or socialists, then they can solve every problem in the universe. By the way, government is just a bunch of people. And if people are bad and they don't know how to spend money and they're corrupt, then the government is not capable of spending money well, being corrupt and inefficient. It's just the same thing, just a bigger scale. But Mamdani doesn't understand that, and Kathy Hochul doesn't care. And she's not alone. Kathy Hochul was joined by J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, and also by Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. All three of them said, you know what? This idea of tax on tips, on getting rid of taxes on tips, they didn't agree with that. No. They can spend your money better than you can. They know where to take your money and spend it, because you might spend it on something silly. I don't know. Maybe like going out on a date with your wife or your girlfriend. Man, how dare you go out and spend money on a pizza? No. We're going to take that money and we're going to give it to a bunch of Somalis with a illegitimate daycare so they can send the money over to Somalia and to a bunch of terrorists. They're smarter than you. They want to take your money and they're going to give it to one of their donors rather than give it to you because they're smarter than you. That seems very upsetting to me. And it doesn't make sense. Because at the end of the day, the real answer is Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, they're Democrats. They're Democrats of bluer than blue states. They hate this idea because it comes from Donald Trump, because it's part of the big, beautiful bill, because it's a Republican MAGA idea, just as is You spending your own money, that is a Republican idea. That is a hardcore, long-term Republican idea. And they know this. They know this is Republican at its core. It is conservative, that you know how to spend your money for things you want in your life far better than any government ever will. And you will be more efficient at spending your money on the things that you want than government ever will. So they are making sure that you don't get that option because Orange Man bad. That's the answer to everything. That's been the answer to everything in 2025 and 2026. 1 second. Yes, I know. I see you. So it's 2020. They know Orange Man bad is the answer to everything. So your money, you can't keep it. Orange Man bad wants you to keep your money. Well, we're going to take it instead. So that's what Kathy Hochul, along with J.B. Pritzker and Gavin Newsom, as recently as December 27th, 2025. We're not talking about months ago. We're not talking about years ago. They have had time to think about this. They knew this was a campaign promise by the Trump administration. They knew that Republicans voted on this and supported this, and they have been thinking about this and how to screw you for quite some time. And they have made up their mind. This is in December 2029. California said, screw you. No, Orange Man bad. He came up with an idea. His idea is you're going to keep your money. That is evil. You can't support Trump. California has to take your money. It wasn't just there. Then you saw over in, this is in Illinois, in Peoria. All the businesses are pissed off. Trump says we get to keep our money on taxes and our money from tips and from overtime. They're like, yeah, this is worth tens of thousands of dollars. J.B. Pritzker in Illinois said, no, I'm going to run for government. The government's smarter than you. We're going to take your money. This is insane. And again, this has not been a big news story. It should be. But it's, even though it hasn't been a big news story, and it should be, and we should be hearing from CNN, and we should be hearing from ABC and CBS and MS now, they're not talking about this. They don't want you to know. They have been trying to ignore this. They haven't talked about the big, beautiful bill. They didn't talk about the no tax on tips or no tax on overtime. They didn't discuss this. They hid this from you so that you didn't know you should be upset at Kathy Hochul and other Democrats, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, so that you wouldn't vote against them. They ignored the story, but the public have been hearing it. People like this channel and many, many others like Tim Pool, like Steven Crowder, like many others like Hard Lens Media, Larry Sharp, many people across the political spectrum said, no, I can spend my money better than the government can. Always. Even when I'm wasting money, I'm doing it better than the government will. My money is better with me than the government. And the pressure came so high that Kathy Hochul, from December 27th to January 1st, in less than 3 days, all of a sudden she changed her mind. In less than 3 days, the pressure was so high that she said, no, I have this great idea. And you got to love it. She comes out and she is saying, I have this great idea. I'm going to let Americans not pay taxes on tips or on overtime. Like it's her idea. Like she came up with this idea. Like this is something that Democrats, you know what? This is a new Democrat. It's 2026. Democrats have the lead. You should vote for us in the midterm elections, and you should vote for Kathy Hochul because she came up with the idea of no tax on tips. This is her idea. No, it's not. Lying her ass off. Lying to you. Now, it's still better than being in California, still better than being in Illinois. I'm sorry for all my friends in Chicago, including Hard Lens Media. You guys are getting screwed out of tens of thousands of dollars because the media won't talk about the fact that your governors are so obsessed with Orange Man bad that they would rather let you suffer than let you actually let Donald Trump actually have a win for his campaign promises, that Donald Trump actually did what he promised he would do. And they're trying to figure out every way to screw that or turn it, or like Kathy Hochul, try and lie to you and say it's her idea instead of being Donald Trump's idea. That is evil. And it's working. To an extent, it is working. Okay. We are, if you may have noticed, sister of mine had just popped her head up to let me know that my puppy, Khan, who is almost 15, in 1 month, he will be 15 years old. It's pretty old for a dog. That's like 90 something, 100 years old. So my dog, Khan, who's 14 and a half, almost 14, 11 months old, needs to go walk. So for those who are new to the channel, we always take a quick break to let me walk my dog. It gives you a chance to stretch your leg, to scream at the TV, to go get something to eat, to have a cigarette, drink a beer, whatever it takes, whatever you want to do. You'll be able to do that. I'm going to walk my dog, and then we will be back. I'm saying about 45 minutes. It's currently 4:40, let's say 4:45, so half an hour. So 5:30. We'll be back at 5:30, and we'll pick up from where we left off. We're about halfway through the show, as a matter of fact. But we'll pick up. We'll talk a little bit more about no tax on tips, how this is evil. This is, seriously, the Democrats are trying to screw you and to make you believe they're the good guys. You're the bad guys because you want to keep your own money. How dare you? That's what they want you to believe. And in the meantime, I'm going to play, I'm going to leave you guys with this. So I'm going to be back in about 45 minutes. This is from November 26th, when we were first talking about what's going on with Venezuela, the actions of Mark Kelly, whether Mark Kelly is a traitor or not. And I was asked directly about what was going on in Venezuela and would we ever invade? And I was wrong. But let's look at what I was saying then so we can understand what's going on now. And I will be back at 5:30.
And welcome to another edition of the Matthew J. Show. So glad you could join us on, it's a dark day, a gloomy day here in Philadelphia. I tried to do my walk outside, but it kept raining. I'm not going to melt, but I had to run back into the mall and see all the cool Christmas decorations. Hopefully the weather's a little nicer for you, and hopefully it's going to be nice for Thanksgiving Day and Thanksgiving Day parade. Tonight, Michael Voss joins us. Michael is no stranger to the Matthew J. Show. Michael is based there in New York City, so you know we got a lot of questions to ask Michael. Right now, New York City is the center of the political universe, and we're going to be going through that a lot. But we'll be starting with some other topics first. But Michael, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Sadly, the weather is raining right now. Yeah. And that's even worse because I had to walk my dog just before we started.
I know that can absolutely be a little rough. I know where you're going with that.
Yeah. But at least it's not, late winter where it's like, -2 degrees and you got to take them out anyway.
Well, Michael, they're saying tomorrow here in Philadelphia it's going to be 65 degrees. That's
it
pretty
was
warm,
like
huh?
50 today. It's a little warmer, but that's because it's raining. The clouds are in. Keeps in the heat.
I know we're going to be bitching about the snow not too distant future, but we'll take what we can get right now. Now, Michael, listen, there's so much breaking. As I said, we're going to get to New York City because there's a lot of people want to hear from you about your take on what's happening there. But prior to that, there's something that's really been pissing me off the last couple of days, and I'm pretty sure you were in the service, Michael. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, this may irk you too, and I know you don't want to be bringing it up. Breaking: the FBI is going to be interviewing the 6 Democrat lawmakers who encourage military members to refuse illegal
orders.
Yep.
Or I guess you would say maybe, and I'll let you explain this better, Michael, chain of command or things like that.
Both.
Michael, is this against not just say military code, but when the FBI interviews him, do you see any charges pending, or are they just kind of just trying to scare him a little bit?
No, there's charges. There's something that a lot of people don't know for the officers. When they retire or resign, they can be recalled back into service. They can be forced back. It's tradition of the military. It's always been true.
Right.
And there is an investigation right now under the DOD where they are considering calling back Mark Kelly back into service, active duty, so they can then court-martial him. Which in the military, a court-martial is a very serious punishment. There's two forms of punishment. There's something that's called NJP,
Right.
NJB, which is just non-judicial punishment. That's basically in my squad, my company, my sergeant is pissed at me. I did something wrong. And he, instead of letting, say I have a weekend pass, I don't get to go on that pass. Instead, I get to go, and this happened to a few of my friends in the desert, 29 Palms. And so we were all let to go on leave. And one of my guys he screwed up. Actually, it was me, but he had the same last name as me. So they got him instead. And he had to dig a ditch. It was 2 days. So Saturday, he had to dig a ditch in the sand that was 10 feet deep. Sunday, he filled in the hole. That's called non-judicial punishment. It doesn't go on his record. It didn't affect his pay or his grade or anything like that, his rank. It didn't affect anything, but it was meant to teach him a lesson. Then you have court-martials. Court-martials are like going into a court of law.
Okay.
It is a serious offense. It means you really screwed up. And here's the thing that makes this really, really serious. Under the military, you're not an American citizen when you join the military.
Okay.
You suspend your rights as a citizen, which means you are no longer innocent until proven guilty. In the military, you are guilty until proven innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. It's the exact reverse. So you walk into that room absolutely 100% guilty, and you can only avoid punishment if you walk out of that room 1,000% innocent. If there's even 1% guilt, you are guilty and you are still punished as if you were 100% guilty. So it's a very different standard. Now, everybody in the military knows this. This is part of what we call the UCMJ, the Unified Code of Military Justice. That's available for every service member, whether you're a private or you're a general. Everyone is guided by those rules. Think of it as a constitution for the military. It's essentially that. And there's 238 rules. And everything, every crime, every punishment is detailed by those 238 rules. And that applies to everyone. 238 is the best one, by the way, because it says anything and everything not otherwise covered by a previous article is hereby covered by this. So a 238 covers everything.
Michael, real quick for the audience, if you're collecting a military pension, you are still subject to recall?
Officers are subject to recall. It is a condition of being an officer. So it's separate. It's separate.
And Michael, I'm glad you explained that to the audience. What do you think motivated people like Kelly to do this so publicly when it could really cause some harm to, let's face it, our national security?
Yeah. Well, again, that was going into the UCMJ. So the actual article, it's actually 10 USC 894, if you want to look up the law itself. That's about mutiny and sedition. He committed sedition. What he and the other five Democrats did is sedition. It is confusing the troops and causing some troops to act as individuals and to potentially disobey orders. That is a mutiny or an attempted mutiny, and it is also seditious. And the punishment, as you can look up at 10 USC 894, 894, is that the punishment is death or whatever the tribunal decides. So the absolute
Michael,
rule is death.
no, I understand. Michael, can he theoretically then, could he be tried in the military courts and also in civilian courts if the FBI find damaging things?
Yes, but not
So
at
he's in a
the
lot of
same
trouble.
time. Yes, but
Potentially.
not at the same time. If he gets recalled to the military and to active duty, he goes to a military court martial, and then he would face this citation, the law I just cited, and he starts off guilty, where the penalty is by default death, or if they choose to be lenient, they can give him other punishments as they see fit.
So why were they going after Trump then, Michael? That when Trump was
Okay.
mentioning treason and the potential penalties for it, why were they going after? Well,
I
you're
know.
saying it's part of the law.
It is. And I'm trying to, that's why I'm trying to make sure I'm giving the full context of this, because there's a lot of moving parts and most people have never served in the military. So they don't know.
Okay.
Most people are looking at this like it's a regular court. It's like being a civilian. Entirely different process, entirely different rules. So when Trump said, throw him in jail, sedition, punishment is death, he is 1,000% correct. And he's doing basically the same thing they did with the same excuse. Oh, well, they say I was just quoting the rules on illegal orders. Well, Trump was just quoting the law on sedition. There's no difference. So he just quoted the sedition clause, and you're quoting illegal orders. Nothing is a threat. Now let's put it into context. Why did they say this? Because they want to cause fear in the public. This isn't about the military. This is about causing people to vote Democrat. And it's to make them think that Trump has lost control of the military. And hopefully, in their point of view, is that some soldiers will say, I don't like Trump, so I won't follow his orders, because for 10 years now, we're being told he's unconstitutional and he's a dictator. So that means his every order is that's not correct. And according to the Marine Corps, the Unified Code of Military Justice, UCMJ, that is sedition.
Michael, I understand that.
Go ahead.
I have to put this past you before I forget. Just before we got on air here, I heard Kelly saying, and tell me if there's any legitimacy in this. Kelly said, I was merely reflecting what is in the military code about getting unlawful orders. Now, in that portion, would he be correct? But why would he even bring it up? But he's saying he didn't say anything incorrect. Is that right?
He's right. They didn't say anything incorrect. That is the terms. Everyone is taught that you have the obligation not to follow unlawful orders.
Right.
Now, let's put in context what's an unlawful order, because that's a part he's not explaining. That means you don't walk into a village and shoot a bunch of women and children that are unarmed and non-combatants. You don't get to do that, like happened in Vietnam. Notice all of their examples go back 50, 75, 150 years. They can't name something current. That's an unlawful order. They correctly identify Nuremberg. Well, that's World War II. That's 80 years ago. That's correct. Those were, going into Auschwitz and shooting people. That was an unlawful order. Correct. But you can't say that today. That doesn't exist. Trump has never done that. Matter of fact, no modern president has done something of that nature.
Well, Michael, let me stop you. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
And under what you're saying to me, Michael, the likes of General Milley, when he was doing back channels to the Chinese military and saying, don't worry about our nuclear force, I got that under control behind President Trump's back. Would he be subject to what you're talking about, sedition laws?
Yes. In fact, at the time I was public, I do my own show as well. I cited this and other laws. He broke the law. Yeah, I believe that General Milley is a traitor, that he did enact in sedition and insurrection. He should have been stripped of his rank, stripped of his pension, and he should have been thrown in jail for what he did. It was absolutely criminal.
Well, Michael, this is why the 6 Democrats probably thought they were on safe ground, saying they didn't do anything to Milley. They're not going to do anything to us.
Well, they thought that their excuse would work,
Right.
that the media would let them skate past, and much of the left-leaning media did. But everyone else, most all other media and anyone who's ever served, have questioned them and said, but wait a minute, there is no illegal order. There is nothing you can point to. There's no reason to believe there's going to be an illegal order. So what you did is criminal. And God forbid, the military isn't civilian life. You don't get to have individual opinions.
Yeah.
You're a part of the machine of the military. You're actually property of the government. You don't get to say, I don't like the commander in chief, or more importantly, no one cares. That's your feeling. Keep it to yourself. Shut up. Doesn't matter. That's not part of the job. That's not part of the chain of commands. You follow his orders, whether you like him or not. I didn't like Clinton when I was in service. Guess what? He's still my commander in chief.
Yeah.
I still follow his orders. I can say the same about many Marines and other servicemen I know under Obama or Bush, any president you can name. It doesn't matter.
Michael,
Okay.
let me throw something at you, Michael, and
Yeah.
maybe you'll be able to, maybe you'll make sense of what I'm going to say here.
Mhm.
I have some theories about why the 6 Democrats came out. Now, heaven forbid, let's just say next year, through anything, economic instability, some kind of rioting, looting going on, some kind of civil unrest, where the U.S. military is drawn into our cities to quell any type of violence. Do you think the 6 Democrats are trying to get ahead of that and saying, listen, if you get unlawful orders next year or the following year to come in and quell some disturbances in our cities, don't follow it? Do you think they're laying the groundwork for something like that?
Not quite. I think they were trying to make the average citizen think that Donald Trump is out of control, that he is a dictator, that to give them the impression that he is abusing his power. And that's for the average voter. Now, the bonus they get is in looking at these various incidents across the nation where we have seen National Guard activated. Well, they hope that one or two or an entire company of soldiers suddenly decides to break their orders and say, we will not comply. That would be a bonus for them. But they also understand if that company of soldiers did that, they instantly would all be court-martialed. They would all lose their ranks. It is completely illegal. So they don't want to push that far, because then if those soldiers do, it comes right back to them. They're part of that chain. They encouraged that. Therefore, they're as criminal as those soldiers. So that's why they don't want it to go that far, and they want to make separation, try and say, well, no, we're just quoting the law out of context, just out of the blue, because I don't know. Everyone needs to know what these rules are. No.
So, Michael, I know you addressed this a little bit. Is this kind of an act of desperation by the Democratic Party? And we all know, Michael, that the six just didn't pop up and say, oh, let's just do this, that this is a strategy by the Democratic Party. And I almost kind of look back to Trump's first term to essentially say he's illegitimate. So why would you listen to any of his orders?
Well, it's kind of that. And look at the Democratic Party right now. They are floundering. They have no leadership. They have no focus on their issues. They have nothing to rally around. Their donors have abandoned them. We saw in July that Ken Martin, the chair of the DNC, came out and publicly stated that donors weren't giving them any money and they were going to run out of money. It was fear because their support was drying up. Well, what most people didn't notice earlier this week, actually last week, about Thursday, he came out and the Democrats announced they are broke. They had to take a $15 million loan, which by my estimate will just get them to January of 2026. It's not enough money. They're not going to be able to get to the midterms.
Right.
So they are broke. They have no leader. They have no focus, and they want to win the midterms. They're in trouble. So they need to make America either terrified of their fear mongering that Trump's some kind of dictator, or they need to give some kind of reason for people to rally with them so they can get donations back. Because as it stands, they're going to disappear as a party because of their financial status. They're broke. All of their candidates are right now restricted to just whatever cash in hand they can raise, and the DNC can't help anyone. That means a lot of their races are going to be lost because they have no help.
Michael, you were in the military, and obviously you probably talked to a lot of people, veterans and whatnot. Are they must be like really outraged and pissed off that remember the three branches of government, they with these a senator and Congress people, this carries a little bit of weight when they're suggesting to people, maybe some fellow Democrats that are in our armed services, to not go by the chain of command. I mean, I would say if you're the military, veterans or whatever, that you'd be pretty pissed off when stuff like this comes out.
And most of them are. Even if you don't like Trump or you don't like Republicans, whatever the case may be, the fact is these are civilians that are trying to run the military. There's a massive separation there. The military runs the military. Civilians are civilians. And they're like, oh, but we served. And yeah, but you're not in now. Now you're a civilian. You were military. Now you're a civilian. Yes, you're retired. Fantastic. You're not in service. You don't have command. So you don't have that authority. You shouldn't be speaking on it. Not in that way. They want to pass a law. That's their right. That's their job as legislators. But they don't have command control, which is what they're trying to exercise. So a lot of people are pissed off at that because this hurts the military. It breaks our military like Democrats have broken our society. It causes, think of it like this. In the military, Marine Corps, I'm a Marine, so it's always framed around the Marine Corps, but it is not uncommon for the order to come down and say, okay, guys, see that machine gun nest that's shooting at us? Go take it out. And the answer is, yes, sir. And we go and take it out. Now, but that's going to get you killed. That's an illegal order. No, it's not. That's normal warfare tactics. That's what the military is there for. And you go and you take it out. There is no individual saying, I don't think that's a great idea. You don't get to say that. You may feel it. You don't get to say that. And you don't get to act on that order. You do it. Oh, I don't understand why we're going to Fallujah or Somalia or Mogadishu. You don't get to make that choice. That's what the generals are for. That's the chain of command. They said you're going there. You go there. Right. You don't understand what politics or what deals or what's happened geopolitically. That's not your job. That's
I got you. No, well said, Michael. If you're just joining us tonight, we have Michael Voss live from New York City. And also, if you want to watch on a different platform besides X here, we're also live on Rumble and YouTube. Michael, do you have a few words you'd like to share with the audience?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. One thing that I want people to know, I have zero trust or faith in Zoran Mamdani and New York State's government, especially under Kathy Hochul. We have massive numbers of homeless. We have massive numbers of veterans that are in desperate need. We have families that are in need. And that's only growing. That's what government has given us. And coming into New York in January 2026 is going to be Zoran Mamdani. And Zoran has made the promise that there is no problem government can't solve, except we have seen every problem we have came from government, and government isn't trying to solve it. So rather than let Zoran Mamdani make the situation worse for the homeless, for veterans, for families, and do nothing, I am trying to raise money for an organization. It's called the Jericho Project. Now, this is a regional, it's not national. It's regional in New York City to help those groups. I did this for my birthday when I did my birthday marathon, 12 hours. I raised a couple $100 for them. I'm trying to raise, I would like to raise $2,000. 50% of every single dollar and penny that I receive, I'm going to be giving to the Jericho Project in January, so that when the year starts, the homeless, veterans, and families will get the help they need, not through the government system, which will take the next 5 years to actually happen, but in 2026 itself when they need it. And I would love anyone, you can go to my Patreon, you can go to my PayPal, you can go to SuperChats, go to Zazzle and buy a mug like this. I don't care how you do it, whether it's $1, whether it's $1,000, I don't care. Going to put it
No,
all
that's
together, half of everything goes straight to them.
And hopefully everybody watching here, the Matthew J. Show, will go to Michael Voss's site and donate to this certainly very worthy cause. Michael, how long have you been involved with the Jericho project?
I've learned about them and started working to raise money for them back in April. And that on my birthday, I did a 12-hour live stream. I do that for my birthday every year. And all the proceeds from that day, I gave over, I think, $4.68 for every $10 because I'm born April 6, 68. So I gave that to them. And by the way, when I say I'm going to give them the money, I actually do during a live stream. I actually show the process. I'll show exactly every dollar I got in, every dollar that's going to them, and I will make the payment live while I'm on the live stream so that you will see exactly me keeping my word. And I've just been, ever since I first found out about them, I try and help wherever I can.
No, that's excellent, Michael. That is really excellent. You do that. And certainly every time you're on the show, just remind me, and we're going to get the message out there to everybody. Now, you did mention Mamdani.
One thing. By the way, folks, that's all of the I'm doing this for all the proceeds I've made in November. All of the proceeds I make from December are what's going to the Jericho project in January. So it's everything I've made in November, everything I make in December, that's what's going there. So you got time if you haven't done it yet.
Okay, no, I'm glad you got that out there. That's great. Listen, we're going to move on. That was great. We got that out there, and we'll see if we can mention it toward the end of the show. Michael, concerning Mamdani. Now, there's one thing I got to say just about what we do here, you and I do here. And I know you have your own show, great show.
Thank you.
That I'll put it before we get into specifics about the new mayor who'll be joining or going to be running the city in a matter of weeks. Michael, and this is a loaded question. What does New York City look like a year from now? Or what do you think it will look like for a year from now?
Mostly the same, except we will have higher poverty. We will have higher crime. We will have higher unemployment. Other than that, pretty much like what we see right now. I expect him to achieve 0 of his promises, and I expect that the attempt to have those promises come true harm people. So, yeah, probably, and I'd say between 5 to 15% increase in crime, poverty, and unemployment because of his attempts to inject socialism into New York City.
And Michael, you didn't mention, but I know you're probably going to go into it. What kind of rapport do you think Mamdani will have with the NYPD?
Oh, miserable. Considering he wants to defund them, as he has publicly stated emphatically, and the fact that he wants to inject a program called Cahoots. It was done in Eugene, Oregon, a town of 200,000 people. It didn't work in Eugene, mind you. Much smaller city with fewer problems, far less crime, far more integrated community, and bringing social workers to do the job of police completely failed. The program closed in May of 2025. It didn't serve the people and it cost money. It was a complete and abject failure. And he wants to take that program, copy pasted, and put it in New York. Yeah. So you don't like the police. You want to have less police. You want to have more crime because he believes in the revolving door of social justice. And you're going to put social workers in on a program that failed in a far smaller. I mean, New York has 8.5 million people. It didn't work in a town of 200,000. You think it's going to work here?
Michael, do you envision when he comes into office in a matter of weeks, particularly when it comes again to the NYPD and law enforcement, that he will be advocating for more of a social worker response to potentially dangerous situations?
Yes, he is. That's the Cahoots program. That's exactly what it is. That is his idea, and it's going to endanger a lot of lives. A lot of people.
Michael, have you been hearing anything about early retirements from the NYPD? Do they see the writing on the wall?
We have been seeing people this has been happening for a while under Eric Adams. It's been a chain since roughly 2013, 2012 under Cuomo. We have seen a consistent chain of people who are retiring, and they're not being replaced. We've had we normally have about 47,000 police in New York City. Again, we're a city of 8.5 million people, so that's why it's so large. Currently, we're at about 35,000.
Right.
We are way understaffed. And even if we were to add 7,000, which is what was said during the debates for the mayor of New York City, we would still be woefully understaffed, and that would still be a problem.
Michael, is the NYPD and the New York Transit Police, are they one?
No.
They're separate. They're separate entities.
Yes, they're separate, but they kind of have an overlap. And you can see police, regular officers, NYPD, work in the subways. You won't see the MTA, the Metro Police, you won't see them working outside of the subways. They won't. So their jurisdiction is the subway systems, the buses. That's their jurisdiction. The police have overriding jurisdiction over all of
But
that.
they have different chains of commands, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, ultimately, they do all answer to the chief of police, which answers to the mayor. So at the top of the chain, it's still the same ultimate pinnacle. But yeah, throughout the lower levels, yeah, there's a different chain of command, but they do merge at one point.
Michael, is the National Guard still patrolling New York subways?
Some. That number has been reduced.
Do you think Mamdani, do you think he'll remove that?
He doesn't have a choice. He doesn't get a choice. New York City is unique because New York City is, I think, the only city in the United States that has multiple counties. Almost every other, as far as I know,
that's right.
Every other has only one county, which means the mayor has a lot of control over it. Because New York City is multiple counties, the governor has a lot of power, actually most power, in what happens in the city. The mayor is basically a manager, and the governor has true ultimate control over almost all the policies, all the big policies, like funding the MTA, like the tolls and bridges and such. That goes to the governor and the state. The mayor is more managing New York City, which is a big job in and of itself, but a lot less powerful. So when it comes to the National Guard, he has absolutely no say whatsoever. He can do what Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Now, Michael, listen, I'm glad you made a distinction, and let me throw this at you. It was breaking just before we came on. New York City Council is considering a massive raise for city officials. Will Mamdani approve or veto?
No. Okay. If he's playing politics, and he should be, then he's going to approve it. If he's going with his ideology, he should say no. I think he's going to say yes, because he needs them on his side. He needs them to have more power to get some of his policies through. So it's a bribe. And I think that's kind of why they're timing this raise now. And they know he needs our help.
Michael, do you know how much a New York City city council person makes right now?
I believe it's about $135,000 a year. New York State has the highest paid elected officials in the country.
Wow. The assembly people, you're saying, right?
As far as I recall, it's every elected official at every level. So comparison, city council versus other city councils, New York is the highest. If you're looking at the assembly, we have the highest. State Senate, governor, we pay the most.
No, that's great. And I just want everybody to know out there here at the Matthew J. Show, Michael Voss is live from New York City. That's why we're getting his take on a lot of things here. But Michael, let me get what you think about what transpired last week in the White House with Mamdani going to meet President Trump. Now, I watched the 35-minute clip of them both together.
Mhm.
And initially I was struck on. It's like, wow, Trump is really agreeing with him and saying, they had a lot of things in common. And like, Michael, is this some type of fifth level chess? Is he setting Mamdani up to look bad in front of his people if Trump's agreeing with them? Or what exactly was the dynamic there?
Well, it's a combination of a couple of things you just mentioned. One, to be fair, Mamdani is charismatic. I mean, he's 32. Right. He's got a lot of energy. He's a believer in socialism. He's a believer. So he's got a lot of energy. He has a lot of excitement. And he's, in terms of politics, very youthful. He's a babe in the woods in terms of politics. So there's that to be appreciated. And they both do come from Queens. So there is a commonality there, talking about some of the same businesses, same neighborhoods. Trump would know them quite well. And Mamdani knows them to a lesser extent. So there is that camaraderie that they can call upon in a public setting when they're in front of the press and talk about that. That's easy. Now, when you start talking about, well, what about the deeper issues? That's surface level. What else? Well, there is also the fact that Trump knew, without question, and this was known from the moment that Mamdani said, I'm going down to D.C. to talk to Trump, he capitulated. And it was bad for Mamdani from the moment he said yes, because his people said, wait a minute, you said Trump was a fascist, that he was Hitler himself, that he's absolutely evil and the devil, and you're going to go and break bread with him? You're going to go and shake his hand and hang out with him? How can you do that? If he's as evil as you have said, if he's as bad and wrong as you have said, if he's Orange Man bad, then why are you even entertaining a conversation with him? Aren't you supposed to be fighting?
Michael, can you clarify for the audience?
Yeah.
Who asked who?
As I
did Mamdani ask Trump for the meeting, or did Trump ask?
Trump asked him.
Okay, I was curious who initiated that.
As I understand, that was Trump. Mamdani wanted it anyway because he needs Trump for the federal funds for New York City. New York City and New York State, as well as all of the bluer than blue states, they cannot operate without federal funding. Trump did that one time for like 4 hours. He shut off all federal funding to the states in less than 3 hours. 8 states, New York, Illinois, California, and a couple of the others, all the bluer than blue states, were on a live stream with their attorney generals saying they're going to sue because each and every one of their states admitted they can't operate without the federal funds. They have destroyed their economies and their
Tish James was involved in some of that. I saw today there was something that she was mad about, a $400 million thing that the Trump administration, I mean, she's involved with some stuff against the Trump administration, right?
Letitia James is involved in a lot of things. The happy moment for her is that the case with James Comey and Letitia James was dropped. And the media are misleading the public, trying to make it sound like, well, they're innocent. No, that isn't what the judge said at all. And they're not proven innocent by any means. Matter of fact, tomorrow, the Trump administration could go back and recharge them.
Yeah, they're going to refile it, I would say.
They're already trying to reverse the current judicial decision, but they're going to retry this anyway because they should. The crime hasn't been decided. This was just bureaucratic red tape. The charges weren't done according to the right paperwork. That's it. This is a paperwork issue. You didn't do the right paperwork. In other words, the AG appointed by Donald Trump was there too long. She went over 120 days before she got confirmed. So day 121, and she says, okay, I'm going to do this. She didn't have the authorization at that moment. This is paperwork. That's all it is. It wasn't about, these charges were wrong or unjust or unconstitutional. She, by paperwork, didn't have the ability to do it, and that's why the case was dropped. Fruit of the...
Michael, can I ask you, there's going to be a lot of worms in this apple. Could have Pam Bondi gotten to this a little earlier and maybe we wouldn't be in this kind of mess right now? Has there been any foot dragging as far as charging officials like Comey and hopefully eventually Brennan and Clapper? Do you see, could it be expedited, or why are things kind of slow?
Well, part of that is the prior Virginia Attorney General dragged their feet and was trying not to bring these charges.
Yeah.
They, according to what we have heard from the previous Attorney General, he didn't think it was the strongest case. Not that there wasn't a case. He didn't think it was a strong case, so he didn't want to do it. And attorney generals, like prosecutors, get to choose what cases they bring charges on. And they always want to bring something they think they can win easily because it makes them look better and gets them reelected. But in this case, he didn't think it was as easy a case to win based on the nature of the charges and the public personalities involved. Politics would be involved in this. So he wanted to stay away from it because politically it would hurt him with Democrats, which are, Virginia is a very much left-leaning state, not completely, but left-leaning. And so it would hurt his political career going forward. That's why he resigned and we got someone else in. Now, could this have been done sooner? The whole process. He resigns and we get someone else in and they move forward with the charges as they are, knowing it's a difficult case. Yes, Pam Bondi could have done this faster. She didn't. And that led to why these charges are now reversed, but they are going to be reissued. They're going to be given these charges again. They're still going to go to trial. It's just whether it's going to be under this AG or a different one, same charges, same people, still going to go forward.
Michael, do the American people have a right to be a little pissed off at, again, the slow nature of a lot of things? We look at the Russian collusion hoax and what they dragged President Trump through for years and years and years. So MAGA, American First, or just any decent, rational, sane American would want to see some type of accountability for them. So when these things happen, like a couple days ago when the charges are dropped, people are like punching their TV screen saying like, are you telling me the deep state is that deep that they can move these things away? I know Pam Bondi's appealing, but there's no guarantee there, Michael, either. Like we got to see some accountability, and I'm not seeing it yet.
Well, there's two parts to that. One part is the deep state. There is an entrenched system, and it's more than just right or left. It's the establishment. Remember, every time Trump is trying to cut this red tape, every time that he's trying to move his goals and promises forward, well, that means shrinking the government, reducing the power of the government, reducing the power of the establishment. That's these people's lives. They push paperwork for a living. They have the logistical control of the government. He's taking that away from them. So they want to slow down everything he's doing that may endanger them and their personal power. So that's one aspect of it. That's been plaguing Bondi and DOJ in the background. Now add to that the fact that she hasn't been the strongest AG we've ever seen. She's more methodical, plodding, maybe even a little bit less sure. That's a problem too. So when you're putting those two complications together, she takes longer than perhaps Trump would want. And there's the background, the back end that she's trying to deal with, which is trying to gum up the works and slow down the process. You have those two things coming together, and she looks more incompetent than she may actually be.
Well, Michael, listen, no, that's well said. I have to add these comments to this. Yeah. I'm not going to say that Kash Patel or Pam Bondi haven't walked into a real viper's nest. You and I know that most of the federal employees are leftist or Democrat leaning. So, Kash Patel's coming in because I read a lot today that there's going to be a major shakeup, and maybe you've heard it too, in the Trump administration before January 1st. And I'm hearing Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. But, to be fair about things, you're coming in, even though people say like, well, my God, he runs the FBI. Why isn't he moving quicker? Or she runs the DOJ. If these if these leftists or whoever are so well entrenched in these federal institutions like they are in most, I guess, Michael, I guess what I'm trying to say, our expectations then, should they be lower or should we try a new crew in there?
Both. Our expectations are too high. In part, and to be fair, to critique President Trump, he slightly overpromised in the speed in which these things can be done.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. That's fair.
Yeah, it's not that he isn't doing a lot of things, but he expected them to be done more quickly. And part of that is because his plan was he had to do them quickly because he knew eventually, and I said this publicly, I think I may have said it on this program before, as an example, the first 120 days were lightning. No one could keep up with all the things he was doing because he had to. Because literally the day after the 2026 midterm elections, Donald Trump is a lame duck president. He has 2 years. He doesn't get a third term. He's done. So he has to get as much done as quickly as possible before he loses the leverage that he has as president, that he has right now. And especially the first 120 days, they were critical. And if you notice, it was right about May when the Democrat and establishment machine started to slow down. That's when they started coming up with their lawsuits, and they were figuring out what they could sue to stop this action or that action, or to try and reverse any of the executive orders that were being given, because they needed time. It takes time for them to try and slow down the process, and that they couldn't do it immediately. They didn't even know where to start. Once they did and they picked something, then we started everything to slow down to a pace that we've seen under most presidents. And that's where we are today.
Well, Michael, real quick, and this is an important point that you brought up, and it's the headline 2 or 3 minutes ago. Maybe you don't think it is, but it is, and I'll explain in a second. When you said that President Trump sometimes promises more than he can follow through with. This is, I mean, I know you're America first. You went to best. You know, we support President Trump. Yeah. It doesn't mean that we can't have constructive dialogue about what is going on. And the reason I bring this up, Michael, because I was on a show last week with Dr. Joseph Cotto, and we were talking about this very thing. And I know he's certainly more of a diehard as far as, Matthew, we have to stay unified here. Don't be taking in, any of these side shots at President Trump for moving too slow or bad cabinet picks. We all got to be on the same page. To a degree, I say, okay, we've got to be unified. We got the midterms coming up, 2028. But on the flip side, Michael, besides what you're talking about, President Trump and maybe promising the world, and not just here domestically, let's say for resolving the Ukraine war, which we'll talk about a little later. But there is discontent in our great nation, and in particular under 30s, where people are having difficulties even getting a mortgage or even a car loan. I know President Trump's addressing that with a 50-year mortgage and a 15-year car loan, and there's probably big question marks about that as well. But I think what's important, and you did it there, Michael, and you didn't go overboard on it, but it's a valid point when you say President Trump may be promising too much. But there's a lot of people out there on the conservative side would say, shh, don't talk about that. Everything is just fine. You shouldn't say a word about it. I disagree with that. I certainly disagree with that portion. When you call balls and strikes, that's what I call constructive dialogue. But if this internal MAGA feud continues, and I don't think it's overwhelming, Michael, but obviously your own media, social media, you do what I do, you've got to be noticing what's happening, particularly that voter block that's under the age 30 or 40 that feel left out of what's happening in the U.S. economy. You have to start listening to them. And if you don't, you have the likes of, say, Nick Fuentes getting over 1 million followers immediately. Why? He's only 27 years old. I know he says a lot of crazy stuff, but there's a cohort out there that's now saying, Nick's talking about what we want, what we think about a lot. Why isn't the administration?
Okay. That's a lot of stuff. Let me try.
There's a dragon on the wire breathing digital flames. No soundbite cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here with us at No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in the Bronx, New York. It is January 4th, and it's currently 5:31 in the evening. Thank you for being back here with us, or if you're just joining us for the first time, I appreciate each and every one of you. This is our 9th year of doing the Sunday live stream every week, every Sunday. We very rarely ever miss a Sunday. I think last week we missed Sunday. That was the first time in 2 years that we had missed a live stream. So we tried to do our very best on that. While we were gone, rather, just before we left, we had been talking about state income tax. We were talking about Kathy Hochul. New York State reversed its position. California still will not allow people to keep the taxes off of their tips, off of their overtime. California and Illinois are going to steal your money directly, because we know Donald Trump, under the big beautiful bill, as part of his campaign promise, he has come through with that. And on the federal side of your taxes, you will not pay federal taxes on tips or on your overtime income. But the bluer than blue states, which happen to be some of the most in debt states in the country, the biggest debt, New York, California, Illinois, massive debt, and they're still taking your money. And that's kind of upsetting. And many people in California, Illinois are upset. We covered that. And surprisingly, in 3 days, Kathy Hochul has reversed her position and is now trying to say that it's her idea to cut your taxes on your tips and on your overtime, so that she can use that as a reason for re-election, that she was so generous with your money that she's going to let you keep your money. And that's because she's such a great person, and that's why you should re-elect her, which is complete garbage. Complete and utter garbage. If it weren't for the fact that people in New York were screaming at her saying, "How dare you take our money? Our federal government will take our money. How dare New York State take my money?" And that reversed her position, because your voice does in fact matter. And it matters a lot on this issue and many others. Now, I also do want to take a moment to catch up, because we had a couple of comments on that, and I am paying attention to your comments, folks. And so Dal had said, Hochul was never going to let the average citizen keep their tax reductions when all that money now laying on the table, actually in your pocket, could be used for administrative kickbacks and donations to keep her in power, to keep Democrats in power. She was trying her best. She was trying hard. But the will of the public is against it, because when people speak up, politicians do obey. The problem is to get people to actually speak up. That has been the biggest problem. It's like gun control in New York State. About one in 5 New York State is 20% of New York State are gun owners. That's Democrats, libertarians, independents, Republicans, conservatives. 1 in 20 people in New York State are gun owners. And yet, New York has some of the most malicious gun control laws in the entire country, and they don't work. They have never worked. We've gotten the same promise for 5-6 decades. Gun control will make you safe. And yet, even as they add law after law after law that attacks law-abiding citizens, 99.994% of all gun owners are law-abiding citizens. That is a fact. That is exactly the numbers, how they work out. But in New York State, we punish the law-abiding citizen, not the criminal. It's because the gun owners don't come out and vote. If they did, we would see changes in New York State. But they don't. And that's why we have so many problems. But that's one thing. So I thank you for that comment. Dow goes on to say that he supports my good friend Larry Sharpe, because Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, even though I'm a conservative Republican, I support Larry Sharpe because he has a plan. He has solutions. Bruce Blakeman doesn't. And as we can see from Kathy Hochul, she does whatever the polling says. She does whatever will make her more money and give her more power. So she follows the donors and she follows the polls. And if the polls say that you get to keep your taxes, you do. But if the donors say, no, orange man bad, then she tries to take your money. And that's how it works in New York State. And that is consistent. So Dow goes on to say that we should ditch the empress and get real representation at the head of Albany. I agree. That's Larry Sharpe. He goes on to say if Kathy Hochul really wanted to one-up President Trump, she would convince the state legislature to change the tax code of New York State to abolish property tax and income tax. I think they're doing that in Florida, where everyone from New York State, they retire or they have the money to move. Where are they going? Florida, Texas, Tennessee, North Carolina. And in particular, Florida has no state tax. That's one of the reasons. Texas has an incredibly low taxes compared to New York or California or Illinois for that matter. And that's why people are moving there. They get to keep their money because you know how to use your money and the government doesn't. Mamdani thinks that he's better at spending your money, but I guarantee you he's not. But we will see. We will indeed see. Now, Dow goes on to say, he just added a comment, since she decided to reverse course on the state tax on tips and overtime, I wonder if that means she'll increase the corporate tax from 2% to 6% and sell it like she's strong on making corporations. God only knows. God only knows. Oh, Pete is with us. Peter is with us. Hello, Peter. First time I've seen you on the channel. Thank you for adding your voice. Peter says, LOL, 1% of bad gun owners is over 1 million. Are you really winning? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And as I told you, it's not 1%. I said 99.994% of gun owners are law-abiding gun owners. Do the math. I have. I've done the math for 20 years. I follow gun control and gun crime in America, violent crime, for 20 years using government statistics, New York State statistics, including the New York GIVE report. That is the gun-involved violence elimination report. Comes out twice a year. Yes, I've been doing this a long time. Do the math and actually pay attention to the details. You want to call me out? Fantastic. If I got my math wrong, if I'm talking about facts that are incorrect, I look forward to being corrected. But don't change what I said. I didn't say 1%. I said 99.994% of gun owners in America are law-abiding citizens. That is correct. But Peter, thank you for, trying to get your viewpoint along. Thank you very much for at least being involved in the conversation to some extent. But don't put me on the second screen, put me on the first screen. Pay attention to exactly what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But thank you for the comment. All right. So with that said, let's move forward. There was some breaking news while we were away, walking the dog, taking a cigarette, getting something to eat. While we were away, there was some breaking news about Denmark, which I think is kind of important. Now, as we know, from the moment Donald Trump got into office, he's been trying to make a deal with Denmark. We want Greenland. That's the whole thing. We want Greenland. Greenland has 12% of the world's, in one location, they have 12% of the world's rare earth metals. If you believe in renewable energy, solar panels, wind turbines, ocean currents, tidal, I forget what they call it. It's tidal something or other, where we use the tides to generate, or geothermal. All of that needs rare earth metals. Lithium batteries, electric vehicles need rare earth metals. And there's a stranglehold on that from China. They have control of about 70-80% of all the rare earth metals in the world, most of that coming from Africa through several countries. And so at any given moment for the future, to maintain the quality of life we have right now, we require rare earth metals and access that can't be turned off in a moment's notice by China. That's a problem. That is a national security risk. Therefore, Donald Trump has spent all of 2025 and is currently continuing to try and make a deal. Whether that deal is we make monetary deal to be able to have the rights to mine in Greenland, whether that's Greenland becomes a Commonwealth of the United States, whatever it takes, we need that. And so he's willing to make whatever deal gets us access to those rare earth metals that we desperately need for the future. That's for national defense. That's for renewable energy. It's for your home computers. It's for everything we need. AI, you name it, we need rare earth metals. Therefore, the American people should be very excited about this and be pushing forward to help Donald Trump to make a deal, whatever the deal may be. Greenland, but Denmark, much like many of the Democrats and socialists in America, well, they say orange man bad on everything. Even though it would be financially advantageous to the people in Greenland, all 50,000 of them, it would be advantageous to Denmark, a tiny, tiny nation in the world. It would be financially beneficial to give the United States rights to get those rare earth metals, but they're not doing it. So Donald Trump has been continuing to suggest to the people of Greenland, look, you become part of the United States, your quality of life, your income will increase, or you can make a deal. Whatever you want to do, it's okay with us. Greenland's upset about that. Denmark is upset about that. And the thing that got them today losing their minds just a few hours ago is that they're saying that the United States is threatening Greenland. Did Donald Trump say he's going to take over Greenland? No. Did Donald Trump say we're moving troops over into Greenland? No. Did we land our troops or have Delta Force in Greenland? No. The thing that's got the leader of Denmark all upset is Kate Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller. She decided to put out a social media post, a meme, showing Greenland with an American flag on it. That's it. She put out a meme, showed it, put an American flag on Greenland. That's it. Oh my God, that is such a threat. Oh my God, they're freaking out. Denmark is literally freaking out because of a social media meme showing a flag on Greenland. That's a threat. That is now, that is just like when you hear college and they say words are violence. This is the same thing. A picture is violence. In Denmark, a meme of Greenland with an American flag is equal to violence. That is a national threat. That is, America's going to take them over. It's going to be like Venezuela all over again, except there are no American troops in Venezuela. We're not in Venezuela. We didn't invade. We had Delta Force go in and out. Yeah, we had a military action, but we haven't put troops into Venezuela. It's not like Afghanistan. It's not like Iraq. And it's only a picture on social media that didn't come from Donald Trump, did not come from the United States Congress. It's just a meme. And that's violence, according to those who have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, according to those that believe Orange Man Bad is the answer to every problem in the universe. They think, well, that must mean violence. It must mean America is going to just, I don't know. I don't know what they think, but it's not good. It's a meme. Get over it, Denmark. I know my audience is international. I know some of my audience is in the European Union or in the United Kingdom. Somebody send a message over to the Prime Minister of Denmark and tell him, calm the hell down. It's a meme. It's real simple. Make a deal. Sell us the rare earth metals. It's not like Denmark can actually mine the rare earth metals. They can't. They can't afford it. They're a tiny, very poor nation in Europe. They can't afford a damn thing. So it would be good for them. Make a deal to share the rare earth metals and we'll share some of the profits with you. It'll be good for the people in Greenland. It'll be good for Denmark. It'll be damn good for America. But guess what? A meme on social media isn't a national threat. But I just wanted to share that with people. And maybe if someone thinks I'm wrong, if someone says, Mike, you don't understand, a meme is the deadliest thing you could possibly do. Sharing a meme is absolute violence. It's like dropping a nuclear bomb. If that's what you believe, please tell me in the comments. Send me a super chat. Send me a Rumble rant and tell me, Mike, no, you just don't get it. This is bad news. This is like the end of the world. Nostradamus has made a prediction that there would be a meme showing an American flag on Greenland, and that would be the end of the world. I mean, come on. Seriously. I don't get this, folks. They are so hyped up about Donald Trump, MAGA, about Republicans. They go to the extreme every single time. It is a threat to Denmark because someone had a meme. Because someone shared a meme. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with them? I mean, look, you can say a lot of things, but a meme isn't a national threat to anyone. It's just not. I don't care who puts out the meme. It's not a threat. This is so stupid. It is so stupid. But we've been talking about a lot of things. Some of the things we've been talking about today are things that are stupid that have been happening, like Kathy Hochul trying to take your taxes, like what is that guy, Stoker, the fake Republican, what's his name, Stora in Brooklyn, who is just trying to steal people's money using the name of Republicans to try and get it. Medgar Evans' grandson, supposedly. Yeah, we've been talking about a bunch of people who are very stupid, but that means that we should probably talk about Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani. He is now the mayor of New York. He's an idiot. He's a communist. He is socialist. I don't see the difference. Communist, socialism, same thing. There really isn't a functional difference between the two, to be honest. But he's a socialist. He's in charge of New York now. God help us all. And he's already begun to start destroying the city. Now, I've already talked about, we just gave at the beginning of this show $150 based on many of the donations that you guys have made to this channel through super chats, through RumbleRants, through PayPal, and the Patreon, but because we don't trust Zoran Mamdani, because his answer to homelessness was telling the homeless people in 24 degree with 4 inches of snow on the ground to go sleep in the park, to sleep under a bridge. That's not an answer. But Zoran went a little bit further. And this is from Matt Taibbi clipped this. And yes, it's from Fox News. It doesn't matter. This is what Zoran said. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of activism, of collectivism. What in the hell is that supposed to mean? And this is the problem with Mamdani. He says a lot of very grand, alludes to things as if there's some kind of grand statement. It's completely vague and empty. It doesn't really convey anything. Rugged individualism. Okay, America is a nation of individuals. That's a good thing. That's made us one of the greatest nations in the world. I got no problem with that. Rugged individualism is why America exists. It is the backbone and the base of everything we do. It's the core value that brings millions of people a year, legally and illegally, into America every year because of rugged individualism. You can come from Sri Lanka to America and you can make $1 million. That is a fact. You can do it. Will you? Maybe, maybe not. But you have the ability. If you struggle and work hard, you can get it done. How many people do we know from India, Pakistan, so many other places, came into America, opened up a 7-Eleven, and yes, there were a lot of jokes. Joe Biden had a lot of jokes about 7-Elevens being owned by Pakistanis and Indians. But guess what? Those Pakistanis, those Indians who ran those 7-Elevens, they still own them. They have nice houses. They're able to put their kids into colleges. Those sons and daughters, the next generation, they've been able to become doctors, lawyers. They've become businessmen and women. They've owned their own businesses. They're all doing fantastic. I got nothing against them. Rugged individualism. They came to America as individuals, not restricted by the class system that we see in England, that we see in India, that we see in most nations around the world. They are not restricted to stay in that single class, that economic or social class. They can become anything they want to be. And they came to America and they did well. I do not hold that against them. Good for them. I'm glad they did it. And we have seen people do that from everywhere in the world over the decades, over the hundreds of years, almost 250 years. We have seen people come from every part of the world, come to America and become successful. That's rugged individualism, not collectivism. We didn't do that because of socialism. Matter of fact, you go to socialism, you look at, are people able to succeed and rise up and become multimillionaires and billionaires in North Korea, in China, in Russia, in Cuba, in Venezuela under Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro? Was that possible? No. Did it happen in all of these other countries that don't believe in the freedom of speech, don't believe in your right to be able to speak or to defend yourself? No. No, you see it in America. So that's rugged individualism, which Mamdani wants to replace. He thinks that's a bad thing. He's literally said what is it? He said the frigidity of rugged individualism. It's cold. It's immobile. You can't do anything with it. We have the most mobile, economically and socially. We have the most mobile class of people in the world. You could be born in absolute poverty in America and become a multimillionaire, if not a billionaire. And people have. You can do that in America. You can't do that in more than two-thirds of the world. Most of the world, you can't do that. You're born in poverty, you're going to stay in poverty. You go to Brazil, you live in the shanty towns. You'll be lucky to move up enough to be in a shack rather than a shanty town. You're lucky if your life were to improve that much. It's not going to. And that's true of most of the world. So I don't know what he's talking about, this frigidity of rugged individualism, and that's not a positive. Most of the legal aliens in America, in New York City, you know what? They came here because they could be upwardly mobile. That's why they came here, because they're rugged individuals. I don't know who Mamdani's talking to. Obviously, anyone he's talking to, English is maybe their third language. They don't understand the words. Maybe Zoran Mamdani doesn't understand what he's saying because it makes no sense. Not in America. It makes no sense. But let's go on. With the warmth of collectivism. What warmth is that? If you're a Uyghur out in China with the CCP, they're trying to genocide you. The warmth you get is them trying to execute you. You go to almost any country, look at all the socialist nations, they're not warm. Other than Cuba, I'll give you Cuba. But that's because Cuba is in the Caribbean, very close to the equator. So it's warm weather. The government's cold as dirt. It's horrible. And everything froze. Their entire society is frozen in 1957. They are not technologically advanced. They haven't kept up with the rest of the Caribbean. They're not up to date with the rest of modern society. They're not leading the Caribbean in, innovation, economics, and social growth. It's a devastated nation. Venezuela took on the warmth of collectivism, of socialism, and they went from being the most successful and wealthy country in South America and became impoverished, utterly impoverished, one of the least wealthy nations in all of South America, hell, in most of the world. Their people are starving. They don't get basic health care. Their kids are getting measles and mumps because they can't get vaccinations that every other country, including most third world nations, consider to be normal. That is just consistent. Measles and mumps are virtually 95% wiped out across the world. And it's rampant in Venezuela under the socialists. That wasn't the case before the socialists took over. Only after the socialists took over did that become rampant and destroying the people. The warmth of collectivism. Under Maduro, over 5,000 people were being killed by roving bands of death squads in Venezuela. That's a fact. That came from the New York Times. They reported on that. Does that sound warm and fuzzy and really great? Kumbaya. Does that feel like kumbaya to anyone? I can tell you that millions, somewhere around 8-9 million Venezuelans left Venezuela because they didn't feel warm and fuzzy in the collectivism in Venezuela. Yeah, they had socialism and they got the hell out because it was going to be the death of them. But here goes Mamdani saying, hey, I'm going to give you the same kind of warmth that the people in Venezuela had. He's going to give you the same kind of warmth that they have in Cuba or North Korea or in China or in Russia. Well, used to be Russia. And that's not warm. That's why all those people, all those nations, they're trying to leave those nations and they're trying to come to America. But Zoran Mamdani doesn't seem to understand that. He doesn't get that. He thinks, no, you don't understand it. It's the socialism wasn't done right. This time he's going to do it right because he's such a big brain that he has copied and pasted. All of his policies are a copy paste of socialism that has been tried everywhere else in the world and across America and failed. Every single policy. It's already been tried. It's already failed. Every single one. And now he says, well, I'm going to do it in New York, and this time it'll be different, which is exactly what has been said every time a socialist policy has been inserted everywhere in the world. They always tell you, every single time, this time it'll be different. I really, really am struck and concerned that Mamdani is telling you, He's going to get rid of your freedom. Rugged individualism is freedom. He's going to take away your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And he's going to give you the guarantee of collectivism, which means that he's going to decide what you get. He believes in big government. And what else did he say after the election? There is no problem government cannot solve. The root of problems that most people endure, especially in America, is government. Government created the problems. We could be solving homelessness. We're not. And his policies for homelessness are not making people, is not saving anyone. He's not ending homelessness. He's just allowing it to exist. He's helping it to exist without fixing anything. That's not warmth. It is collective, but it's not warm. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here. Let me take a look at the comments. Did I miss something here? Am I not understanding it? Let's go with the first thing. Dal says, memes, speaking about Denmark, memes are a threat to ideologues because they bypass indoctrination and break cognitive dissonance by tapping into hardwired linguistics and image communication primary principles. In other words, you see it and you know it's true. That's why a meme works, because you can look at it and go, yeah, I get it. Makes sense. You don't need to have a degree from Harvard. You don't need a degree also from Columbia. You don't need someone, Mamdani, to come down and tell you what it means to him, which is now what it's going to mean to you. No, you can make a decision for yourself. You see it, you get it, it's done. That's why memes are dangerous, as Dal is saying. And yeah, it just makes sense. But, Denmark, I don't know. They're having a hissy fit over this. Let me go on. Okay, John. John is with us, and John says, when I see Hochul, I always think of the Cookie Monster devouring all my money. That is a very good analogy. Matter of fact, that'd be a great meme as well, because that's exactly what she's trying to do, to eat all your tax money, take it for herself. She's trying to give you nothing if she can. She's very greedy in that way. I agree with you, John. Let's see, we got a comment. Dal is very active today. Folks, you got to keep up with Dal. Give it more comments. Have conversations. I want to hear more of you. Dal says, eliminate memes and you take away an effective tool for baseline communication. True. It's a very easy way, even across different languages, because in Denmark, they don't speak English. They speak Danish. And yet that meme, I don't know, just seeing the picture, that gave Denmark a message, but maybe there's something in the translation because, I don't know, maybe it's because they're Danish, they speak Flemish. Maybe it's because of that they're screwing it up because they're just not getting it. Something's not translating. But I thought it's pretty simple. Make a deal. I don't know. We got a comment from John. Warrant warmth of collectivism is like peeing into a cold pool. That's interesting. It's like peeing into a cold pool. Maybe being in a cold pool. I don't know. But I get it. I get your point. And yeah. And Mamdani doesn't know what he's talking about. He is so very, very wrong. I think this is horrible. By the way, take a look at what some of the comments are. I thought there was a couple of really great comments on X about this. So where was it? Here's an image from Alice Smith, who shows a picture of Tiananmen Square. This is back in 1989. A lot of younger people may never have seen this or unaware of Tiananmen Square, which I do recommend you look up. It's when the Chinese government decided to roll tanks down the road to squelch any individualism. That rugged individualism is not allowed in the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. And this is a picture of that. If you're looking at it carefully, let me bring this image up if I can. See that guy right here? That guy is standing in front of a column of tanks. And he stood there to stop the tanks. That guy, that rugged individual, stood in front of the warmth of community that is the tanks, and he stopped them. They could have run him over easily. They could have killed him in a heartbeat by accident. That rugged individual stood up to the giant that is China, and for a moment, he froze them in place. That's rugged individualism. That's a great thing. So that was a really good meme by Alice. Here's another one. A lot of people may have seen this. It's been shared a lot. See this dark area? See the dark area over here in China outside of its major city? See this dark, huge, dark area? That's North Korea. This is a picture from satellites orbiting the Earth at night, looking at South Korea versus North Korea and China. Do you notice the people in North Korea don't have any lights? They don't have electricity. They don't have major cities. They're not developed. Same thing in China, outside its major cities. Look at that. You have very little development whatsoever. But yet South Korea is functioning. It is successful. It has a higher quality of life and better medicine and a better lifestyle. Yeah, that is North Korea, warmth of collectivism. Same thing with China. And South Korea, well, that's that rugged individualism. Look at it go. Which one would you prefer to have? There was another comment here. What was it? Was it this one? Here goes. It's just some good sounding communist SIT. I say to, okay, I can't even say that because we don't use bad language here, or we try not to as much as possible. So let me go on. But good meme. I like that, using Samuel Jackson. Where was it? Where is it? Oh, there was one meme somewhere around here. These are the words of Stalin. Well, the link will be in the description. You guys can see it for yourself going forward. And I'd like to see your comments, because this tells me New York is in trouble. Socialism is going to destroy us. But Mamdani wasn't done there. Mamdani decided he wanted to do some more. Mamdani defends eliminating the executive orders on anti-Semitism. Here's some of that communism for you, that collectivism. Here's the warmth. I bet everyone who is Jewish, everyone who is Semitic, which would include people who are Arabic, because anti-Semitism isn't anti-Jew. A Semite isn't just a Jew. It's also people of Arabic faith, or Arabic ethnicity. Even some of the Turks, even in Turkey, some of the Turkish people are also considered Semites. So anti-Semitic protections, protecting people against many, many attacks. And we've been seeing this since October 7th of 2023. There has been an increase, massive increase. Look at Columbia, look at Harvard, look at Binghamton, Cornell. We have seen more attacks and more anti-Semitic activity across America, especially at the educational institutions, at our colleges, at our high schools, than we have seen in decades. And we've seen that throughout New York. Many more attacks on individuals believed to be Jewish. Not even people who are Jewish, but people who some think are Jewish, besides direct attacks. And this is not just in America. We saw that in England as well. People attacking synagogues left and right. So this is a global event that happened since October 7th of 2023, when Hamas killed 1,200 people, innocent civilians, and took 256 civilians, including 34 Americans, 22 Americans, as hostages to sexually abuse and torture every single day for 842 days. Yeah, I counted a lot. Covered that for years. And we saw this anti-Semitic activity increase and increase. And you know what? A lot of people had realistic and real fears and concerns. And so Eric Adams, who I do not think was a great mayor, he was not great for New York City. Absolutely not. He was, of course, a progressive. Many people forget that. Eric Adams is a progressive. Matter of fact, he told people on the very first day that he was mayor that he was a progressive, a practical progressive. CNN. He was on CNBC. Eric Adams, the first day right after he won the election, told CNBC that he is a practical progressive. And look at what we got. And instead, we now have a socialist. We went even further to the left of Eric Adams. And now the first thing that this leftist did, Zoran Mamdani, Mayor Mamdani, is he got rid of protections to people who have been and continue to be under threat. You don't have to like Israel. You don't have to love Israel. You don't have to love Jewish people. That's up to you. That's your personal decision. I don't care. But I can tell you that we have seen higher crime. We have seen more violent attacks against individuals based on their perceived religious and ethnic identity. And so we were trying to protect them. And Eric Adams passed laws to help protect them because there is evidence of violence, an increase in violence on that specific group. Could have been the same thing about the Chinese, and we did pass some laws to help Asians, to end Asian hate. We've been attacking white men and white women, individuals, with DEI. And the first thing Zoran decided is, I'm going to specifically target. I think this was the very first thing, the very first executive order as mayor of New York City, with one of the largest populations of Jews in the entire world outside of Israel itself. And the first thing he did is say, let me take away some of their protections. At a time that we are seeing escalated attacks against people because of either because they are Jewish or they're perceived to be Jewish. That's not a good sign, folks. That's not a good sign. And I don't care if you like Israel or not. This is an indication of a problem. That this wasn't the thing he did in the first week, the first month. It wasn't something that he thought about for a while. He just up and jumped and said, nope, this is gone. He said to the Jewish voters that he was concerned about them, wanted them to be safe. He said this to people in New York. And now we're seeing the reality. If you're not part of the group he cares about, Zoran Mamdani, then he doesn't care if you're safe or not. That's the reality. He promised a whole lot. Now we're seeing the truth. We're seeing the function, not the campaign promise, an empty promise. The moment he's gotten power, he has revealed himself to all of us. If you're not in the groups he likes, if you don't have the right check boxes for Zoran Mamdani, you are in danger, and he doesn't care. Now, if there's anyone on the left that's watching this program, which means you probably hate watching it, but if you think I'm wrong, please explain it to me. Please tell me how I misunderstand this, because the evidence is very clear. And the documentation is absolutely clear. This is evil. And take that into consideration with what he just said. Rugged individualism will die under Zoran Mamdani, and collectivism, communism, is on the rise under Zoran Mamdani. And if you're Jewish or you look Jewish, well, you're not part of that collectivism. He's not going to make you all warm and fuzzy. He's not going to save you. He's not going to help you. He will allow you to flounder and die. That's, of course, not literal. That's figurative, maybe. That's terrifying. That is terrifying. And the mainstream media is like, well, you can't say that yet. It's too early to determine that. How can you say that? It's just because you're a Republican. Mike, you've been bought by the Israelis. Did you see how much money I make? I showed you at the beginning of the show. No one sent me a check. Please do. But it's not because of the money. Well, you just don't understand. I'm 57, almost 58 years old. I may not look it, but I am. I've lived all around the world. I've been successful and I've been poor. I have enough experiences. I think I do understand. I deal with politics for 20 years every single day. That is my day job, dealing with politics for 20 years. Yeah, I think I do understand. Telling me, oh, you just don't understand. No, that's your excuse. That when people say that to me, that's their way to try and excuse it. Say, well, you just don't get it, and I can't help you. I know these issues better than most politicians. And most politicians, if they're honest, and they throughout New York State, many of them know me, and they will tell you, no, I know what I'm talking about. I probably know many of the issues better than most of the politicians. This is a problem. This man is a problem. Look at what he is doing. The signs are there. They've always been there, but people were so angry. Well, I can't vote for a Republican. I can't vote for Curtis Sliwa. Why not? Sliwa had a plan. Sliwa was about New York for New York. He didn't care if you were Jewish or Muslim or anything else. He didn't care about your religion. He didn't care about your ideology. He wanted New York to be great for everyone. He got thrown under a bus. It's terrible what happened to Curtis Sliwa. And instead, people voted for this guy because he promised you're going to get free stuff. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. There's going to be a lot of very disappointed people, but the problem is you're going to suffer. It's not just that you're going to be disappointed because you're not going to get the free stuff. It's what he's going to do to you in the meantime. Government's going to get a lot bigger, and it already is bigger, and he's going to make it bigger than that. He is not done. Let me show you what I mean. One of the first things that Zoran Mamdani has did is he's already increased the size of government. He created a brand new department, an office of mass engagement. What does that mean? An office of mass engagement. What does that mean? The Office of Mass Engagement, a brand new department of the government that we have to hire new people for. We are growing the size of government. We're increasing the payroll of the government. We're wasting money that could be helping the homeless, that could be helping our veterans. It could be helping people with mental health issues and drug addicts and to feed the poor. Money we could be putting to that, he is now going to put into creating an Office of Mass Engagement. This is official. This is from the New York City government page. I will have the links in the description after the show. They will lead mass engagement campaigns that organize New Yorkers to participate in city decision making. Think about that. I want you to really think about this for a second. Lead mass engagement campaigns. That's propaganda. That's politicking. That is growing a party through the government. By the way, I think that's illegal. I'm very sure that's illegal. But what do you need? Lead mass engagement campaigns? That's a protest. That's a rally, a political rally. That's political propaganda. He's going to use your tax dollars, not just people in New York City, not just people in New York State. Zoran Mamdani is going to use federal dollars as well, if he can, to have enforcers from the government to try and convert people to his political ideology. That should terrify you. We've seen this in Russia. Soviet Union had people who did this too. This is terrifying. This is not going to bed, and organize New Yorkers. When is it the job of the government to organize you, to tell you how to live your life? That is his number one issue. This is the number one thing he wants to do. He is going to get a bunch of communist and socialist enforcers to organize your life. And you're paying for it with your taxes. Are you scared yet? You should be. To create and maintain accessible, inspiring channels and events for residents to share feedback with the government. What? Create and maintain accessible. The internet is accessible. City Hall is accessible. Email, regular mail is accessible. Everyone has access to New York State government, to New York City government. It's not new. This is not some revelation. This is not something that's never been done before. Long before I was born, we have always had access to New York City government at every level. Not just the city council and the city council members, but you can go to City Hall. It's not hard to get to. We have trains that take you right to it. The 2, the 5, the R, the Q will take you to City Hall. We've got a bunch of buses and trains that will go right there. This is not something you cannot access. Whoever told you that was lying to you. You can reach City Hall through email every day, whether it's a FOIA request or anything else. You can. That's why we have city council members. We elect them to speak for our communities on issues that are important to our local community, to our city government. There is no lack of access. What is he talking about? To create and maintain accessible, inspiring channels. He wants to inspire you, which means he wants you to think a certain way. This is mental conditioning. It is propaganda. He is propagandizing again with your tax dollars to change the way you think, to make you think how he wants you to think, to obey. And events. He's going to create events to sucker you in. And this is something that we've seen with the KKK. We saw this with the Russians. We've seen this before. This is not a good thing. He wants to go on to proactively reach communities that have historically been excluded from policy making. Who in the hell in New York City is excluded from policy making? We've got the trans movement, the gay movement. We've got black, white, Hispanic, Asian. We've got a movement for everyone in the entire world are in New York City, and they all have a voice. I don't care. You can be Greek, you can be Orthodox, you can be Jewish, you can be Buddhist. Everyone has a voice here. We've got people representing every part of the world in this city. Who are the excluded people in New York City? You want to tell me that you're in the middle of Kansas, you might be excluded. Yeah. Government might exclude you if you happen to be, I don't know, a blue-haired progressive that's overweight and gay or trans. Yeah, you're probably excluded in the middle of Indiana. Yeah, I can see that. And down south, in the Midwest, yeah, you're on your own. That's probably true. This is New York City. You go 6 blocks in any direction from anywhere in New York, and you're in a new community. You have a new part of the world. We have people every 6 blocks. There's another community. You know what? Little Italy is right next to Little Chinatown. Chinatown, 6 blocks away from Little Italy. That's it. You walk 6 blocks, you're in Little Italy or you're in Chinatown. Then we got Little Korea. We got Little Tokyo. We have what is it with the Pakistan? We got a little Pakistan in the Bronx. You can go from anywhere in the world. You can find any community in the world in New York City, probably 6 blocks away from an entirely different community from somewhere else in the world. There is no one who is excluded. Doesn't matter what your gender is, doesn't matter what your gender identity is, male or female, doesn't matter. Who's excluded in New York City? Which means this is a lie. This is more propaganda. He wants to embed public feedback directly into city policies, programs, and services through strong, transparent feedback loops. Feedback loops? But wait a minute. We already have the capability. This website is New York City's government. I can click on almost any one of these media contact. There's a phone number here. The mayor's office, we have mayor's office news, contact the mayor on every single page from the New York City government website. Contact the mayor at the top and at the bottom. I have no inability to reach the mayor's office, and various departments of New York City's government. What is he talking about? We already have these services. Why is he hiring a bunch of new people, hand-picked members of the Democratic Socialists of America? Why is he hiring them for something we already do? They're redundant. It is a waste of money. It is only going to increase taxes. The answer is they're not there to do the job of helping you inform the government. They are there to convert you into socialists. This is propaganda. Is there anyone, any member of the DSA, any member of the Democratic Party, the Working Families Party, any of the socialists out there, if you think I am wrong, if you think I've misunderstood this, please reach out. Send me a super chat, send me a Rumble rant. Hell, just make a comment on the chat, or if you're not watching it live, leave me a comment and tell me, how am I misunderstanding this? Because we already have the capability to speak to our government and to our mayor every single day. I don't need a feedback loop. You're wasting my time and my money. So he's lying. He goes on, support agencies delivering high quality engagement. I don't need high quality engagement for my government. And more effective public services. Wait a minute, I'm already doing that. And he's supposed to be doing that. That's why he got elected. That's why we have elections. That's why we have members of the city council. We have representatives. We elect them in every election. I don't need more government. We already have too much government. That's the problem in the first place. That's why things can't get done. That's why things get screwed up. We have too much government, and it costs us too much money. They waste too much money. And he wants to waste even more money and give you less for it. Under the executive order, the Office of Mass Engagement will oversee and coordinate the city's key engagement entities, including Public Engagement Unit, the Mayor's Office of Faith-Based and Community Partnerships, and New York City Services. This is an immediate department. They are in place right now. Who are these people? Do you know who any of them are? So we know that the mayor establishes an Office of Mass Engagement. This was January 2nd on Friday. They are in place since Friday, January 2nd. This department, they have staff members. Who are they? They didn't tell you their names. You don't know what they do. You have no idea what they're responsible for. You're paying for it out of your pocket. Your taxes are going to pay for this. And I believe it's all propaganda. This is to make the socialist movement bigger in New York City. This is to recruit people into communism and socialism. That's what this is for. So the one person is a Miss Tashka Van Auken. Tashka Van Auken is in charge of this brand new organization called the the Office of Mass Engagement, or the OME. Who is she? Who is Tashka Van Auken? A donor, an activist. This is the person who was responsible for getting 100,000 volunteers for Mamdani. This is a person who made it possible for the Mamdani campaign to call 4.5 million people. This is an activist. This is a believer. This is a socialist. Her job is to spread a message. She's a propagandist. That's her job. Her job isn't helping people. That's not what she did. That's not what she did for Mamdani. That's not what she's doing for you. She pushes an agenda. She pushes a political messaging. This is so upsetting. And it's in your face. And no one is taking this on and saying, hey, Mamdani, you just opened an office of propaganda in New York. Why are you doing that? Why is the city government in America trying to recruit socialists and communists and convert people to socialism and communism? That's not what the government does. That's not what you're supposed to use public money for. And that shouldn't be, at the very least, that shouldn't be the very first priority. It shouldn't be the first thing you did. It is the first thing he did. And we don't know who any of these people are, except we know that the one who's in charge, her job was to push socialist messaging, to grow the socialist influence and power base. Pure political propaganda. Now, as a campaign, I have nothing against that. That's your job. Okay. And hell, I've done that. That political messaging, communications, I got no problem with that for a campaign. I have a big problem when that's the purpose of government. When the purpose of a government is to push a political agenda, a political ideology, that is dangerous. And that's what Mamdani just hired. Might as well say she's Goebbels. Same difference. I'm very angry about this. You should be angry about this. And again, if you're not in New York City, you should be terrified still. If this is happening in New York City, your students, kids from around the country, are coming to one of 200 colleges in New York City. New York City has the largest concentration of colleges anywhere in the country, pretty much anywhere in the world. We have 200 colleges in New York City alone. We have kids from around the world coming to New York City, to those colleges, which are already leftist hotbeds. And now they're going to be even pushed further left by the city government, by the mayor's office, is there to push those same kids in those leftist colleges even further left than they would have already been. And then those kids are going to leave New York City, as most of them always do, and they're going to take that ideology that they have been programmed with, they have been indoctrinated with, not only at the college, but in every other part of their life in the city, because that is the job now of New York City, is to indoctrinate people into communism and socialism, and they're going to spread that across the rest of the country and around the world. That's what's happening right now. Does that scare you? It should. If I said that in New York City, that the government, that the city government had students coming to a college or 200 colleges from around the world that were filling these kids with right-wing ideology. And those kids, and that was being reinforced by the city government of New York that was teaching these kids how to be right-wing activists like Nick Fuentes. That they were creating more and more Nick Fuentes clones. And then those kids would go out into the rest of America and around the world, and they would push Nick Fuentes ideology. The left would lose their minds. Hell, the right would lose their minds, whether it be conservatives or just Republicans, libertarians. People would be losing their minds saying, no. The city would be effectively a factory pumping out Nick Fuentes clones. And that would be something that everyone would be screaming about. Right now, we have, according to Zora Mamdani, he wants to make a bunch of Mao clones. He wants to make clones of Stalin. He wants to make clones of Che Guevara, who is not a good guy. He was a mass murdering lunatic. And he's getting applauded. Zora Mamdani is getting applauded for creating a factory of a bunch of drones, clones of Mao, of Stalin, of Che Guevara. And he's getting applauded for that. You should be terrified. I'm going to stop for a second here. I don't know. Am I out of my mind? Am I missing something? I know that mainstream media isn't talking about it in these words. They're not saying this to you. They're telling you it's a good thing, that this is beneficial. This is going to help you. Because, by the way, this is part of the Democratic Party. So this means that Democrats will get more money. They will get more support in the elections. They'll elect more Democrats. Democrats are looking at the power base. So the DNC, they don't care. New York State, the state legislature, which is controlled by Democrats, the governor's office, which is controlled by Democrats, they don't care because it means more Democrats, more hardcore Democrats, which means they have more power, they get more money, they don't care. And this means that more people will go across the country under the umbrella of Democrat, and they will try and convert people across the country. And that means more votes, more donations, more Democrats. They're happy for this. They're not going to talk this down. You're not going to hear the New York Times. You're not going to hear CNN or MSNBC or whatever the hell they call themselves now. You're not going to see ABC, CBS. They're not going to say that this is a bad thing. They're not going to point out that this is pure political propagandist hype. That none of this is necessary and it's completely redundant on its face. It is redundant because everything that this Office of Mass Engagement, everything they have said they are going to do is something you can do already. You do not need government for any of it. They're not going to say it's bad because it means more power for the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party wants power. And they want you to obey. Without question. Just be silent and obey. This is Soviet Union. When I lived in 91 in the Soviet Union, this is what we had. There was an old joke. And I'll get to the comments in a second. There was an old joke, and I think I have coverage of this, back when I made my first public speech. This had to be about 2012, 2010, 2012. I was asked to speak for the first time publicly in Binghamton, New York. And on the stage with me was a Russian priest, Catholic priest, Orthodox. I think he was Orthodox priest. And he told a joke about Russia, which I've heard before. And the joke is, you have all the freedom that you wanted under the Soviet Union. You could vote for anyone you wanted. You had two candidates, and you can vote for either one. One's a dead guy, and one's the guy who's in power for the party. So you had the Soviet Union, the Socialist Party candidate, and you had a dead guy. And you could vote for anyone you wanted. It's your choice. You've got the dead guy or you've got the party member. And so you can vote. And of course, if you vote for the dead guy, because the party member is going to win, but if you voted for the dead guy, no problem. Although a member of the Socialist Party is going to come knocking on your door and go, you voted for the dead guy. Why'd you do that? What's wrong? Let's have a conversation about that. That's actually a joke from Russia. It's a very old joke, 75-year-old joke. And, that's a problem. That is a massive problem. Hang on one second. Yeah, I saw you. I said I saw you. Yeah. So that's bad news. That's massively bad news, folks. It's incredible. Let me take some of the comments here. Dow says, Mamdani may not know what he is talking about. However, he acts true to form. He has his big moment, and there is no food for his inaugural event. Welcome to communism. Yeah. Silliness. He goes on to say, silliness aside, Mamdani's policies are only going to benefit his people. Yeah, and he wants to convert everyone into his people. These progressive leftists and communists living in New York are going to be surprised when they lose everything unless you convert. Well, we know he's making it almost impossible. He's created an entire taxpayer-funded conversion unit. And I know that when you say conversion, oh my God, forced conversion, ask the LGBTQ and the alphabet community how they feel about conversion farms or conversion therapy. Guess what? That's what Mamdani is offering. Conversion therapy, taxpayer-funded conversion therapy, government-organized conversion therapy. If there's anyone in the LGBTQ alphabet plus community, you support that? Do you really support forced conversion? Because I remember for decades now, people that I know who are in the alphabet community, and they hate the concept, forget the reality. They hate the concept of a forced conversion community, let alone this is government run and government funded. Where are the gay people screaming about this? They should be. Dow says his new department of mass engagement will be an Islam conversion and outreach. I don't know if it'll be Islam, but I do know it will be socialist. I don't know if it'll be Islamic. It might be, but it's definitely socialist. Let's see. He goes on to say, everyone has a voice, but the homeless, according to Mamdani. Well, if you're not saying what Mamdani wants to hear, then you don't have a voice. That's why he needs his conversion crew, his thugs and gang of converters to change your voice so then it can be heard. They'll listen to you if you speak as a socialist. But if you're saying something that's not socialism, well, then you have no voice and they're not going to hear you, but they will convert you. This is dangerous, folks. This is really, really dangerous. Okay, we're going to be ending the show shortly, but there's one other thing that I wanted to really cover, and it's kind of related to what we've seen before. A few years ago, in New York State, we made social justice reform. It was part of the DEI movement. It's part of the socialism. We've heard about it from colleges over and over again. And the leftists love to tell you social justice reform, social justice. This is where we got the idea of bail reform that allows criminals to get out of prison over and over and over again to commit more and more crimes. This is why we have individuals who get arrested and 2 hours later are back out on the street. And sometimes we've seen them get arrested 5 times, 6 times in a day for the same exact crime over and over and over again. And that's because of social justice. Because if you have to put an adjective on justice, you're not getting justice. There is no such thing as social justice. It does not exist. It is a lie. It is propaganda. And anything under that umbrella of that lie fails every single time, just like bail reform has failed. Complete fail. And that's why people have died because of it. But part of that social justice, that lie that was given to you, was to protect the criminals. Again, to protect the criminals. The government was forced to give information about the victims. Now, this was especially a problem for women. So, all the women out there, and if you know any women, you want to clip this and share this with them. They may not be aware of this. In New York State, because of social justice reform, because of bail reform, the prosecutors had to share the private information about the victims. That's a fact. So if you were a battered housewife or a woman who was sexually assaulted, the defect, the prosecutor, man's been arrested for this crime. And the prosecution has to give to the defense, to give to your assailant, your abuser, they have to give them your private address. They got to tell you where you lived. So you moved away from your abusive husband. You moved away from where you were living because you got sexually assaulted. And now, because this person has been arrested, they're going to go to trial. They have to be given your new address. And by the way, this guy gets cashless bail. He's out on bail. Didn't have to spend any money. They released him into the public. And the law forced the government, the prosecutor, to give your home address to that sexual assault, to that domestic abuser. You're no longer safe. This isn't a idle supposition. This isn't me just thought exercise. This has really actually happened. This is a reality in New York State. This is one of the many realities of social justice, of bail reform. This is the socialist progressive policies in action. Women who have been abused are now in danger again. And this has been the truth for years. Years. Since about 2018, this has been happening over and over and over again. Guy gets arrested. He's released on cashless bail. He goes to trial. He's getting ready for trial. His lawyer gets told the private address for the woman that he assaulted. And now this guy goes to this new location this woman is at and assaults them again. We have seen this in the news over and over and over again. That's been since 2018. This year, for the first time, they changed the rules. It's 2025. 6 years later, Kathy Hochul reluctantly changed the law. By the way, she was in favor of cashless bail. She was in favor of social justice. She was one of the people supporting it. Now, her excuse is, well, this was done under Andrew Cuomo. She was lieutenant governor. She said nothing. She says, I wanted to fix this sooner. You've had 6 years to fix it. 6 years to fix this. She didn't fix it at all. Not once. And she wants to blame it on Andrew. Well, Andrew Cuomo passed that law. You didn't correct the law. Well, I was only lieutenant governor. You could have said something. Lieutenant governor can get on the news. You can call a press conference any minute of any day that you want to. You can run around New York State and people will respond to you. You are the second office just under the governor of New York. You had a political voice. If you had a concern, you could speak to Andrew Cuomo. You could speak to the New York State Assembly. You could speak to the New York State Senate. You could have gotten this changed. You could have made changes to the law before it became final. You could have talked to Andrew Cuomo and said, don't pass this law. This is a problem. Protect women. Don't allow this to happen. She could have done that. She didn't, because she didn't care, because it didn't matter, because she had a cushy job as lieutenant governor, kind of like what we see right now with Antonio Delgado. Most people don't even know Antonio Delgado is the lieutenant governor. 9 out of 10 times, most people in New York State have no idea who the lieutenant governor is. Why? Because they do nothing. They don't go out and do speeches. They don't go out. All they do is they raise money for the party and stay quiet. Antonio Delgado, the only reason why he got hired is because he's a DEI hire. Excuse me. Antonio Delgado is a DEI hire. He was hired because he's black and Hispanic. That's it. He was going to lose his race for Congress in the New York 19th District. He was already a congressman. And even though members of Congress have an 88% chance of being reelected every year, I don't care what party you're in. If you're a member of Congress, you have a standing 88% chance of being reelected. Whether you're good, whether you're bad, whether you're corrupt, doesn't matter what party you're in. 88% of the time, you will be reelected. And even with those odds, with Delgado being a progressive in New York State, in a left-leaning district, the New York 19th, he still was going to lose. He was that bad. So he decided, Kathy Hochul got lucky because Cuomo he was in disgrace. He had to resign. So she got the job and she needed a lieutenant governor and she needed someone who was black. She needed a black person on that ticket real quick to make sure that everyone said, oh, well, she's okay. She's not connected to Cuomo. She's not as corrupt. Why? She's got a black guy. He's part of the government. So black guy can't complain. She's a woman. She got black people, diverse as hell. And if you've got diversity, well, that means you're good. And that's where Antonio Delgado goes. And what has Antonio Delgado said about anything that Hochul has done over the last 6 years? Nothing. What has he fixed? Nothing. Did Antonio Delgado say anything about this? Was he out there saying we've got to protect women and women's rights for the last 6 years? No. Didn't say a word, didn't care. You're going to see Antonio Delgado's name this year because he thinks he can run for governor and become governor. He hasn't earned it. He doesn't deserve it. His answer is, well, I'm black and I'm Hispanic. That's not a reason to vote for any damn body. No one should be in any position for anything just because you're black or white or Hispanic, Asian. I don't care. Male, female, gay, straight. None of those are qualifications. But that being said, we're in New York State, bluer than blue state, progressive state. They elected Antonio Delgado. They elected Kathy Hochul. And Kathy Hochul threw women under a bus. For 6 years, she's thrown women under a bus. And now, just now, they are changing the rule. 2026, when she needs to get reelected, when she is under high pressure from Larry Sharpe, a libertarian who can win, she is stressed out. And now, only now, when she is facing an actual threat to her power, did she say, let me protect women, so that she can run around the state, or realistically, she's going to put a bunch of ads around the state saying, I fought to protect women. I changed the rules on social justice and bail reform to protect women. No, she didn't. She changed it to protect her political position. She did it because of power. She's had 6 years. She could have changed this on any given year. She could have made this major news. She could have been talking about this for 6 years around the state. She didn't. And even now, it's not big news. This isn't a big story. This isn't a big story in New York State, New York City. It's not big news amongst Democrats. I'm telling you about this because I think it's an important thing. And that's because I don't agree with DEI. I never agreed with social justice. I don't agree with bail reform. They're all busted. And we have seen the evidence before our eyes. We have looked at the crime rates and the recidivism rate, and we know for a fact that the progressive promise failed. The socialist idea failed. And women have suffered more than any other group. And I don't care if you're white or black women, doesn't matter, Asian women, Hispanic women, all women, gay or straight, have suffered more than everyone else because of this very rule that Kathy Hochul had no problem with. She could have changed it anytime she wanted to. She could have called over to Carl Hasty, Andrea Cousins, could have got them in to her office. She sees them on a regular basis. Could have pulled them over at any time she wanted to and say, we need to change this one line in the law. We got to protect women. She didn't, because she didn't care. Not until it meant more votes. And you will see that she will have ads out, and her team are going to put out ads that are going to say, see how she's protecting women. Andrew Cuomo screwed up. The men screwed up. They didn't think it through and didn't protect women. Mind you, she was there every second. She was the number 2. She could have done something and didn't care. Not until it means, oh, I want more money. I want more Democrats. Oh, she's protecting women now. Now, 6 years later, she's protecting women. Give her your money. Give her her vote. Yeah. And when she gets that vote, when she gets your money and she doesn't need you anymore, what's she going to do then? When you still need help, when you still need protection, when crime continues to be higher than normal levels, and they will lie to your face and the media will back them up and say, well, crime is down from the peak. That's 2021. But if you compare crime right now to 2019 and virtually any year in the last 3 decades before then, going back to the 1990s, between 2000 and 2019, crime was lower than where it is today. We have more crime today than in the last 2 decades, minus 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. We've got 5 years. And they're trying to tell you like they did something great, that they're protecting you, that they've had a great big success. We have 20% more crime. We have 20% more violence. We have women being assaulted by the very criminals that got arrested for assaulting them in the first place. They're recommitting these crimes, and they're trying to tell you they're helping you, that this has made your life better. They made the situation worse, and you're supposed to vote for them and give them your money. Does that make sense to anyone? Seriously, does that make sense to anyone? I'm showing you the article. You know who, this is coming from the Mid-Hudson News. You know who's not talking about this? The New York Times. Do you know who's not talking about this? CNN, ABC, CBS. They're not telling you this. They won't have this conversation with you. They didn't walk you through the history of this. No. They're just going to, if they mention it, and they probably won't, if they mention it, the only way they will mention it is, oh, by the way, Kathy Holt just made life safer for women. She just improved the quality of life for women. She ruined the quality of life for women in the first place. She allowed women to be abused for years, and she could have fixed it. And the other Democrats could have fixed this. It's not just Kathy Hochul. Again, Stuart Cousins and Speaker Hasty, the Assembly, the New York State Senate, they could have fixed this for years. You could have heard Democrats all over this country, all over this state, could have been screaming about this for years, could have fixed this anytime they wanted to. They have control. Republicans have brought this up from time to time. You know what? We're a minority in New York State. No one listens to us. I've talked about the problems with social justice and bail reform. I've been screaming about it for years. No one cares. Why? I'm a Republican. I'm in New York State. I'm a Republican in New York State. They don't listen to us. We didn't have the ability. We couldn't change anything, and we wanted to. The Democrats could have changed this in a heartbeat any day that they want to. They have had complete control of this state for decades. Not just one decade, many, going back to 1958. They've got control. They could change that in a heartbeat any second that they wanted to, if they wanted to protect women. They've had the data for years that this is happening. They've had the news articles and the reports. They know that this has been a problem for women especially, and they didn't care. Can you see why I'm upset? Hell, I'm not even a woman. I'm a man, and I'm upset that this happened. I'm upset for women. And mind you, when I speak to women about this, they get seriously pissed off because most of them didn't know that Hochul could have changed this any day. That the Democrats in the state assembly, Democrats in the state senate, they could have changed this any day they wanted to. This didn't have to happen. Women didn't have to continue to be abused. This was fixable from day one. And they didn't care. Let me look at the comments. Dow says, oh, good Lord, especially if you're still within a state with strict gun control. Yeah, and women don't get the right to defend themselves. They don't get to defend themselves. Women can't have guns. No one can in New York State. So now the bad guy, the abuser, knows where you live and you can't defend yourself. You don't have a right to own a gun. Not in New York State, you don't. Here we go. Dow goes on to say, Hochul needs an actual win since she's had a bunch of blowback over nuclear power and her latest supporters for New York City's version of MAID. That's true. She does. And this is her win. This is her way to get women to vote for her because she's going to lie to them. And the media is going to let her lie. They're going to say she's such a hero. Oh my God, she's so great. Look what she did for women. She's such a wonderful person. And ignore the fact that she's had years. That all of the Democrats have had years, if not decades, to fix this, to prevent this. Yeah, they're real heroes, all right. He goes on to say, so she's going to try and play empathy, hoping it will save her position. Yes. Oh, you got to vote for Kathy Hochul. Why? She's looking out for women. She's a woman and she's looking out for women's rights. She's going to protect you. Give her money. By the way, don't think about the fact that why didn't she do this before? Why didn't she ever speak about this before? Why hasn't she done anything? Well, she can't do that. It's a Democratic state. She's the Democratic governor. There are tons of women in the assembly and in the state senate. Why couldn't she do this? Why has she not spoken about this? And the answer from the left is, stop talking, Mike, you're a Republican. That's their answer. Mike, you're a Republican. You're a man. Stop talking about it. Dal says, Lepardo, any one of them could have introduced a bill into committee and had it passed in no time. By the way, for people who don't know, he's talking about Donna Lupardo of the New York State Assembly, the 123rd District. I know Donna personally. She used to be my assemblywoman when I lived in Binghamton, New York. Donna is considered the fourth most powerful Democrat in New York State. Definitely the fourth most powerful member of the assembly. But she's one of the most powerful women in New York State in terms of politics. And she's been there for quite a few years, over a decade that she's been in office. Yes, Donna Lupardo could have gone into the state assembly, and she has many, many, many friends in the state senate. She speaks to the governor on a regular basis. She has great pull in the Democratic Party, the DNC. She could have easily introduced a bill to fix this any day she wanted to. Didn't care. No one brought it up. She didn't care. Donna wins her election every year. Her district, the 123rd district, is specifically gerrymandered to guarantee that Donna Lupardo is going to win every election she is in. And I have watched 5 different candidates, 5 different Republicans, 3 of them being very, very qualified, have gone in to try and take out Donna. And you can ask anyone in central New York in the southern tier, it's going to cost you at least $250,000 to even start a campaign that's going to make Donna Lupardo even question whether or not she has a problem. And Donna Lupardo can raise $500,000 overnight. You raise $250,000, she would say, oh, well, that's a legit threat. By the way, I have $500,000 overnight. She is that powerful, that well connected. Now, to be fair, Donna Lupardo is not an unreasonable Democrat. I've talked to Donna many times. Donna Lupardo and I disagree on many issues. Many issues, there's no question. I've also done many interviews with Donna Lupardo. I've spoken with her personally many, many times. Donna Lupardo is not an unreasonable person on most issues. And you can have a conversation with her, or at least I could. But then again, I'm also a politico. I'm a member of the press. There's a few things different between me and Joe Average walking down the street. Not exactly the same. But when I did speak to Donna Lupardo, she was reasonable with me. We disagreed on some issues. We had discussions about my concerns, and it went nowhere. It didn't change anything. The conversation about red flag laws is a great example of it. I actually proved to Donna Lupardo, showed her the evidence, and she agreed with me that the red flag laws, in the way they were written, are not beneficial to the public. And she voted for it anyway, and it passed, and nothing ever changed. But I did have the conversation with her. She agreed with me. I have it recorded. We have the public part of that conversation has been released for years now, and she agreed with me publicly. She was convinced by my argument and my evidence. She voted for it anyway. Not one word of the law changed from the day that I spoke to Donna Lupardo about red flag laws to the moment that it got signed into law by Andrew Cuomo. Not one word. And she knew it would not work. But she listened to me. She agreed with me. I convinced her of my argument against red flag laws. And she voted party line anyway. So even when you get someone who is a Democrat, who is reasonable, who is willing to hear the argument and evaluate it honestly, you still might not get a vote. And that's why women in New York State were under such threat. Because Democrats got a Democrat. Hate to break it to people. That's just the truth. And I know there's women out there who are going to say, but Mike, but Hochu's a woman. She's a progressive woman. You got to be wrong. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Doing this 20 years. I check my data. I am familiar with the process to get a law passed. I've tried to get several laws passed myself. I have written laws that I have tried to, proposals for laws. I've written bills and I've presented them to New York State's government, federal government. I've been through this process a few times. It's not new to me. No, I know they could have changed it. They could have changed it at any time. They didn't care. I don't know what else to say about that. And women are going to vote for Donald. They're going to vote for Kathy Hochul in droves. I don't get it. I don't get it. But the good news is finally, 7 years later, women are going to get some extra protection from their assailants, from the bad guys, and their new locations, their safe places, their new homes and places they get to stay at aren't going to be turned over to the criminals who assaulted them in the first place. They're going to be given some privacy that they deserve to have. My God, sometimes doing this job pisses me off so much. Sometimes sharing these stories and looking at the details and telling you what the truth of the process is, it pisses me off sometimes. It shouldn't be this hard to help people, and it isn't. It doesn't have to be. But people play politics, and it suddenly gets so much harder. It gets so much more difficult. It gets so much more ridiculous, and so many more people get hurt, and we waste so much money. It's incredible. Vote for Larry Sharpe. He'll stop this. He will stop this. He has plans. He listens to people, and he can get these things done. God knows Republicans can't. I wish we could. We can't. And Democrats don't care. They just don't care. All right. We've been on for 4 hours, 45 minutes. I'm going to go walk my dog. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm pissed off now. I've annoyed myself. I'm sorry if I pissed you guys off too, but it's the truth. It's nothing but the truth. I will put the links to every one of the sources of everything we've talked about all day today so that you'll be able to see it for yourself. You can contact your local assemblyman, your local state senator. You can ask them if they could have changed this and protect women. If they're honest, they'll tell you, yes, they could. If they're not, they'll tell you Orange Man bad, Republicans bad. The Republicans wouldn't let it happen. By the way, Republicans don't have any control of anything in the government in New York State and haven't had any power for over 23 years. Republicans didn't stop this from happening. We don't have the power. I wish we did. All right, I'm pissed off. That means I need to go because I'll start cursing. I'll start being mean, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to go. And then, folks, we'll talk again throughout the week and next week too. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.